Adjusting the cameras. A man was sitting here. Obviously, I'm the shortest host by far, so the cameras need to be adjusted. Thank you, Curtis, now that I've paused. I look like I'm a child sitting next to Bump because of the camera angle.
But you always look like a child. You're so small.
I know, but it's especially childlike today. I'm so happy to be back, you guys. We have the whole gang back together. How long has it been since all four of us were actually here? Matt, Curtis? A week?
6 years?
6 years? About 6 years? 6 work days?
I was just an intern here last time.
This is how long it's been since we've been a full show. The last game that I recapped with you guys was opening day. And let me tell you what.
That's crazy.
Everything was great. Opening day was a blast. I mean, a little quiet at times the first 7, but I came back in last Friday and I thought, wow, how encouraging, so fun. We'll see what Julio can bring, but I'm so excited that baseball's back. And then I went not just radio silent, I mean literally. I spent several days moving, and that meant I did not have Wi-Fi for 4 days, like while I was getting stuff set up and moving stuff around, because I couldn't install it at the previous place, and it took a minute at the new place.
Mm-hmm.
So when I tell you guys I unplugged and was like kind of checking score updates on my phone, I mean that I came back in today and thought, what happened? What's been going on? What has been going on with the Mariners? And I need your guys' help. You can join on the Mac and Jack's text line if you want. I'm asking Bump to kind of fill me in here. 866-979-3776. I feel like I'm walking back in, and it's like, wait, what happened? The house is completely disheveled. No one took the chicken out. The curtains are hanging off the rod. Like, this is a mess. What is going on?
So I'll tell you what happened.
Okay.
All right?
Fill me in.
Game 1, vibes and bombs. It was beautiful. You remember that?
Great. Yeah, it was a great time.
Game 2, nothing but K's. And not Mariners, nothing but K's. Lots of strikeouts for the Mariners, okay? Game 3, more K's, and where's Julio? Game 4, just enough Julio. Then you go over to the Detroit series. Game 1, Emerson. Poor Emerson. But Cal, Randy, and Luke hit some bombs. Game 2, hits don't matter, apparently. You got one hit that game. Hits don't matter. Okay, one-hit wonders, I guess we should call him. And then Game 3, Demo to the rescue. All right, so what you need to know, Stacy, is that is a little bit of what we saw last year.
Yeah.
Pitching, doing his thing. Logan had some good moments. Castillo looked good the other night. Emerson struggled a bit. And when it comes to the run production, the same stuff we saw last year. Not hitting with runners in scoring position. We're supposed to be hitting the ball across the yard. We're actually just hitting bombs to win ball games. It feels like the same team from last year, but you know what? It was vital that they got that win yesterday. So welcome back. And you could pretty much just have the same feeling of this team that you had the team from last year.
I don't love that.
Yeah, me either.
I don't love that, especially since your Dodgers,
Crazy.
Currently
it's embarrassing.
8-0 or 7-0?
8-0.
8-0. I hate it. Now, I'm not, surprised by any means that the Dodgers are playing well, but when I was looking up stats this morning, yeah, it stings to see Eugenio Suarez, not a Dodger, Eugenio Suarez leading the league in home runs with 5.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sting as much to see the Dodgers play well, but it certainly does to see former Mariners play well with different teams. I was hoping that Julio would get off to a faster start. It had been a conversation we'd had for months.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The only positives for months were, well, you got Julio. You got this pitching staff, and you've got Julio.
Yeah, and it's he's had his moments, right? He hit that bomb, and he's been getting
earliest
on base.
Of the season in his career.
Yeah, good for him. But the feeling of this team is the same as last year, and I am a bit concerned. I'm not panicking or anything like that. It's a lot of ball games to be played. We've seen the arms look decent on the mound, so that's good, right? Emerson had his blow-up game, but he's a guy that you're not really relying on. You just hold it down until Kirby gets back. The third base position has been a little weird. You see Demo make a play last night. I asked Curtis before we go on the show, I go, does Polanco make that play, that force out at home? Does he make that play because he struggled at third base and Demo hit a bomb? So the infield has been kind of shaky a bit, too. There are times where you're going lefty on lefty at that first base position late in the game with Rowdy and all that and Luke. You don't really have flexibility there when it comes to the guy in the batter's box. So, yeah, man, it's you've seen a little bit of everything. You've seen a little bit of everything with this team, and I think that's what the season is going to be. It's all about catching fire at the right time. They have not caught fire. Maybe they do it in San Francisco.
All right, what's going on with the Mariners? A challenge for you guys. If you were to explain what was happening to the Mariners with someone like me who has been mostly disconnected for like 5 days. I've been barely keeping an eye on it because I haven't been able to. How would you explain what's happening? Maybe a nice challenge for us to kind of explain where this team's at. Or if you're someone who says, yeah, it hasn't been great, but genuinely I still have a lot of optimism about this team, I'd be curious to hear that too. 866-979-3776. Mariners 29th in average. I don't love that. Like if I'm just looking up the stats without having watched like a full game, just being unable to, I'm seeing a lot of stats I used to hate seeing last year.
Yeah, it's the same thing. And that is what is concerning because, we've spoken to people who are connected to the organization and they felt really good going into this season.
Yeah.
We spoke to people opening day and they came in the press box like, hey, man, we feel good about this. And I believed them. And I think that you're forced to believe it if you do work for the Mariners, right? You have to believe it. This is your squad. And you guys have a philosophy and a way of doing things that I feel most people are on board with, but when you keep seeing the same things, man, 12 Ks, 13 Ks, 2 runs, 1 hit, the pitching staff doing just enough to keep you in the game, it just feels like deja vu. There's this movie House Party. Have you heard of it? House Party. Okay, House Party. And Martin Lawrence is in that movie. And he says, deja vu all over again. That's what I think about when I'm looking at this team. Deja vu all over again, but it's early. No, I can't say that. There's still a lot.
We're not allowed
there's still
to.
a lot of ball to be played. How's that? Still a lot of ball to be played.
A rule of the show this year. Okay, here's my question related to saying whether or not it's early, right? Like, I know that it's kind of this unsaid thing that we all kind of understand. We're a week into the season. I mean, for goodness sakes, like, it's just now 7 days into the season. An off day today, obviously. Extra innings coming your way at 7 p.m., hosted by Curtis Rogers.
We're back.
Back in action. So back. Now, if I were to phrase it this way instead, so instead of saying it's too early, what if I say, is there a date on the calendar that you will circle, Michael Bumpus, you'll circle it on your calendar and you'll say, if I am not seeing change, if I am not seeing something encouraging, if I am not seeing progress of some kind, if I am not seeing pieces of a team I think can be competitive by this date, I'm going to start talking about, hey, do you make a trade? Do you cut someone? Do you send someone down? Do you make a move? Like, what do you do? Like, it starts to be the, hey, things need to change.
Well, we heard cuts from passing yesterday, and he said Memorial Day. That's his day.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say make trades and all that stuff by then, but we'll know who they are by then. I'm just going to go off the passing metric and say, listen, Memorial Day is it. By that time, we'll know who this team is and what they need to do.
I'm down for Memorial Day being kind of like that time that we're looking at. 866-979-3776. About most people echoing what you're saying. Same blank, different day is how they're feeling about what the Mariners are doing right now. And you know what? That's a really good point because if it was, let's say you went out and you got, let's say that you got Bregman. I don't know. You did something that was kind of a big splashy move we weren't expecting them to make, and then he wasn't performing to start the season. You'd go, well, let's see what happens. Like, you did do something different, and I'm willing to be a little more patient here. When you start seeing, like, Bump, you've got kids. I bet if there's, no, your kids are angels. But I bet if there's something where, let's say, one of your kids is worse about cleaning up their room than the other two.
I got one of those.
You know what I mean? And you just go, you've now established a habit where I might believe one of my other kids who's really neat and organized if they didn't clean up and they say, oh, I'm so sorry, I'll do that. Like I might be willing to be a little more patient. Whereas if one has already displayed a habit that they are a little messy and they don't say what they say they're going to do and they put off cleaning the room and they hate cleaning their room, my patience is wearing thin with this one, and I don't believe there's change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's how I kind of, it's seeing the same thing over and over very specifically that pushes it.
Yeah, it's like you're saying, don't worry about it. I'll get to it.
Yeah.
And it's like, no. I need to see some movement, some progress. Like, I'm walking by, to use your analogy, I'm walking by the room, and I'm seeing if you're picking up. Or you're not picking up, you're playing video games. And I got to tell you, hey, put the game down, pick up. I walk by the room again. You're moving slow. You're not moving fast enough. We got to be gone in 30 minutes, man. You got to pick this room up. Yeah, I think that's the perfect analogy. That's what we're seeing because we understand that this is a long season and things can happen, but we have been sold something and told something all off season that this team is going to do X, Y, and Z. And we've seen it at times, but we all know it's about consistency. I'm sorry to use my team as an example, but look at them. Hey, no, exactly who we thought they were going to be, that's who they are because of the team that they built. So this team wasn't built to be an 8-0 team. This team wasn't built to have the start that the Dodgers have had, but this team, we were told, was built to be competitive early, right? They felt like they had the right guys in place to make some noise. Figuring out what's going to happen at second base. You move Polanco to third base. Your outfield, you feel like it's going to be okay. And Robles has had some moments. So is Julio. So is Randy. But it's like you can't get the top of the order going at the same time. You can't get the middle going. You can't get the bottom going. It's chaos right now. It's a bit random the way these guys are playing, and randomness does nothing for you.
No, it doesn't. And when you've shown a habit of doing something, you've shown as a club that you have a habit of having a not so great average. Striking out quite a bit, typically not only not getting on base, but really struggling to drive runners in from scoring position. Those are habits that you've shown, okay?
Yeah.
Just like, for instance, the opposite is true for your arms. If Logan Gilbert went out and allowed 3 home runs in a game, I'd probably be pulled after 2. But, let's say he just has a horrible 6 innings, everything looks awful. I'm not panicking at all because he has shown a habit of being an elite starter. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about something until it becomes a habit. And when you keep doing something that's a habit, the Mariners offense struggling, that date of when I'm going change it, fix it, moves up. I don't want to give you a full year of doing this. Memorial Day is a great bar. Someone else said, what about early May? What about a month into the season? If it's the exact same thing you've already seen for 6 months the year prior,
I'm practicing patience, right? Because
it's a virtue.
I understand that. I understand who this team is. It's like when I look at my 3 kids, they're all different in the way they perform in school, on the field, on the course, whatever. When around the house, like my oldest, I have the highest expectations for him, right? And parents are typically hardest on their first kid. It's the first shot at it. We're gonna do everything right. We're reading all these books,
and we are typically perfect. So
exactly right.
The eldest.
So then as you go down the line, you loosen up a bit with your middle child, and then your third child, the oldest kid looks at the third child. I'm like, how come you guys aren't on her or him the same way you're on me? That's kind of the way I'm looking at the Mariners. I'm like, all right, I know who they are. They're the third child at this point. It's like, listen, I can't expect much from you. I will take exactly what I can get from you. Or your room's not completely clean. It's 75% clean. All right, good enough. Come on, let's get out here and let's get it. So that's the way I'm approaching this season so far, but I still think that they have a run in them. We saw last year they had a heck of a run, right? 10 games above 500. You had the lead in the division at one point, and then things start to falter for you. So they've shown that they have those streaks in them. So I'm waiting on the streak. That's what I'm waiting for now. Hopefully it starts in the bag.
Well, we're just going to have to see a really hot start to the season for Julio. There is no way this team makes the playoff unless you do see fundamental change from someone earlier than expected. Yeah. We've seen where the recipe goes, right? If this team looks like they have in 21 of the last 22 seasons or whatever, heading late into the season, you go, why would I expect anything else? Show me one thing different. Show me a surprise all-star. Give me an even better year from your bullpen. Show me one thing that's different. And that might be all it takes for me to go, okay, well, let's see what June, July, August, September look like. If this might be enough for a team that's been right on the edge. That's what's so frustrating for so many people about it is you miss the game, you miss the playoffs by a game, 2, 1, 3. It's not like you're a horrible franchise. You're so close. So if I can see one change, show me one thing heading into May, I'm feeling good.
Just keep me interested.
Yeah.
Keep me believing. Don't stop believing. I need that.
Too early
because I'm still believing, but come on now. Come on.
You know what, though? Just my luck. I'll be complaining about this team upon returning, and then they're going to hit 5 bombs tomorrow.
Please.
Just wait for it.
I prefer it.
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Patriots are sending quarterback Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick to the Cowboys for a 2025 5th-rounder. What's the real headline?
This is where the dream dies, Bump.
Joe Milton is like, he's a one-game legend, right? He goes 22 of 29, 241, 1 touchdown, 1 rushing touchdown, in a win against Buffalo. Granted, Buffalo, they're sitting there, guys. And it was impressive. I watched the film. He's moving in the pocket. He's making these crazy throws. I understand the legend of Joe Milton, and I hope that he lives up to it because, we wanted him here at some point as a backup quarterback. I think that would be nice. But good for him. I think he deserves a shot. And the same way people are looking at Joe Milton off of one game and just loving him up, can you love Sam Darnold up just a little bit more?
Instead of looking at 2 bad games?
Instead of looking at 2 bad games.
Okay.
Like, I understand why you look at those 2 bad games, but the way people are loving up Joe Milton is wild to me. I think he deserves it because he showed it. Let's have that same energy for Sam.
It's actually a completely fair point, and I know that Milton was not a starter, whereas Sam was, but if you're right, if you told someone, I've got 14 great games from this guy or 1 great game from this guy, who do you want?
Yeah.
Without telling you anything else. And certainly Joe has a ton of athletic upside, so I totally get it. And
That's
was
what
not
it is,
starting, but it is a really good point.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the NBA won't punish Ja Morant for a finger gun gesture he made towards the Warriors bench on Tuesday night. What's the real headline?
The NBA said nah to punishing Ja.
Bars.
Matt.
Bars.
Matt likes it.
Ja, you got to move differently. You cannot move the same as everyone else. Now, the finger pointing, pulling the trigger or whatever the heck, that is common in basketball. If you watch, I follow this young man on Instagram. I forgot his name. But whenever someone shoots a 3 and they throw up a sign that resembles a gang sign or a shot, he goes, "Where are you from, gang?" And then he looks up their background and he lets you know if you're valid or not.
Yeah.
Say you're like from Compton or something. He goes, "All right, you got it, you got it."
It's
then
actually really
Then
funny.
there's a kid from Delaware. He goes,
Gated
"Come on, man,
community.
what you doing?" So that's what I look at, or what I feel when I see Ja. I'm like, Ja, man, your name is Clarence. You have a real nice marriage, or whatever the bar is from Eminem. Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. Like, that's what I think about with Ja. But I also understand the NBA culture. That's what people do. But you cannot do that. You can't move that way anymore, son.
Yeah.
You've been documented holding firearms and parading it around. So just know that all eyes are on you.
Oh, I need to find that TikTok account for whatever it is, because you're right. There are probably so many people where they're like being real tough, kind of acting like, you don't understand my life. And it's like, your life? Your parents are both doctors.
Doctors. Very successful.
What are you saying?
Suburbs.
You have a Tesla and you're 18.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Shohei Ohtani hit a walk-off home run against the 0-7 Braves as the Dodgers move to a league-best 8-0 to start the season. What's the real headline?
116 does not seem as improbable by this start.
Man, it's almost embarrassing, man, because I love my Mariners. Obviously, I've been in this state for 20 years now, and I love my Dodgers, and I'm like on both sides of the spectrum. Like, success, failure, right? Well, the best teams in the game, a struggling team in the game, and it's almost embarrassing. They have Ohtani, Betts, Smith, Conforto, local kid, and Freeman, all with OPS is over 1,000. It's almost embarrassing. Like, I can't even talk about my Dodgers on the airwaves anymore because I'm like, listen, I don't want to rub it in, because I'm experiencing both. I'm watching the Mariners game. I'm so frustrated that I'm watching the Dodgers game, and I'm a proud father doing the one-hand clap. You know what I mean? Like, let's go.
And we're sitting here like, have some shame.
Yeah, I apologize, for all y'all. I won't talk about the Dodgers again until they lose a game.
Let's talk about the other half of this, the 0-7 Braves. You think Atlanta fans pressing the panic button on that one?
I would. 0-7?
Well, with World Series expectations, Curtis?
I think a little bit, yeah. I mean, this is a big hole you got to climb out of, but it's not like they don't have talent. I mean, they're probably one of the 3 or 4 most talented teams in all of baseball. Yeah, boy. At this point, though, the 2 teams that they've played, the Padres and Dodgers, are both undefeated. So you've lost to the best teams in baseball. So I don't know how real this start is for the Braves.
Which is also funny because if I were a Mariners fan, you're feeling really frustrated. But for Braves fans, you're like, well, hang on a minute. You'll get your first win. Give it a little time.
You got this.
Yeah, you got so many good pieces. Again, it's all about expectation, right? I don't know how many Mariners fans are thinking World Series or bust, whereas the Braves were the second betting favorite behind the Dodgers for a World Series visit this year. Or am I blanking? It couldn't have been the Yankees. It should have been the Yankees, but
they were up there.
Yeah.
Either way, I would imagine that their fan base isn't tweaking out like ours, because they look at the roster and they see some potential there, whereas we look at the roster and it's like hope. I hope this guy does this. I hope this guy outperforms expectations. So it's a bit different. If you know anybody who's an Atlanta Braves fan, text us in and let us know how they're feeling over there. I bet you it's not, and it's almost embarrassing to say, like, I don't think they're tripping as much as we're tripping over there.
No.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's just perception. It's knowing the talent you have. I mean, your Dodgers, again, undefeated, but let's say they had one win. I'd be like, who cares?
Yeah, they'll be fine.
What are they going to, what, you're not going to be great? Mookie can't keep his breakfast down. Like, just give it a minute. Let him put on some weight. Like, let him look a little bit better here. Like, you just know that there's so much talent. And I think that's where people look with the Mariners and they go, well, where's the help going to come from? It has to be Julio.
It's the clutchness. Like, Mookie has a walk-off already. Ohtani had one last night. It is being the guy in those moments. And I think that we've yet to see that. We saw one game where we felt like the Mariners were turning a corner when it comes to having those moments. So yeah, it's been tough, man, but lots of ball to play. Like I say on the golf course, lots of golf to be played. But I'm concerned a bit.
I am too. Let's ask Ryan Rowland-Smith how he's feeling. He's going to join us at 11, so we'll kind of touch base with Ryan, figure out what he's seen from this club so far, figure out what we can look forward to with the next couple series here. You know, what are some of these pitching matchups going to look like? What are we looking for in this second round of starts from the starters as they continue to develop? How are you going to continue to fill that gap left by Kirby, right? And where is Kirby at in his, his working his way back? So lots of questions for Ryan. We're going to go back-to-back Seahawks here, though, because there is a lot to take away on the Seahawks draft, including some lingering kind of behind-the-scenes stuff on DK from Daniel Jeremiah. That's coming your way next.
The John Schneider Show
with Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation where you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. Yeah, there's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates, and Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Lowe's knows how to freshen up your yard, and it all starts with mulch. That's why we're introducing Mulch Week during Springfest with can't-miss savings. Right now, get 5 bags of Stay Green Premium Color 2 cubic foot mulch for only $10. Plus, members earn 5 times the points on select mulch purchases all week long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/9. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds. My only regret is not starting sooner.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You are 30 minutes away from Ryan Rowland-Smith. We will get back to the Mariners, talk about everything we've seen so far, now officially a week into the season, and then take a look ahead at this series against the Giants. Before we get to it, the latest from Daniel Jeremiah, NFL insider, on with Brock and Salk this morning. Bump, we have draft stuff to talk about, and then Coming up at 10:45, we've got some nuggets of information about what might have been going on behind the scenes with DK and Geno, and then some stuff about Sam Darnold. So we've broken it up into two categories here. We're going back to back Seahawks. Let's get started with the draft. Daniel Jeremiah talking a bit about whether or not, again, of course, going to the offensive line, whether the Seahawks can improve the offensive line more than in free agency when they turn to the draft.
Well, I think that's 100% part of it. I mean, you're trying to evaluate the whole. And the challenge is, in this particular year, is you had a combination of two things, which put some teams in a hard spot, which is you have one of the worst free agency years that we've seen. So there's not a ton of talent out there. And every team, because of the TV contracts, has oodles and oodles of bucks. So everybody has space, which means we are set up for drastic overpays. So if you look at free agency from a traditional value standpoint, you're like, look what Banks got. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we're not paying him that. Like, that's insane. But when there's so many teams with so much money and such a dearth of talent, you're going to get massive overpays. And so if you're not comfortable grossly overpaying, you're not getting anybody in this offseason.
Okay, Bump, rather than have you react directly to what DJ said, I'm going to ask you a similar question and just see, kind of use the same exercise to see what you think.
Mm-hmm.
So they were talking about basically what the Seahawks' actions in free agency so far tell you about how they see themselves. In this case, they were saying, well, clearly this is a team that believes they can improve their offensive line in the draft because they have not been aggressive in free agency.
Right.
Now, expand this to wherever. You can go beyond just the offensive line. When you look at the Seahawks' actions in free agency so far, what does it tell you about, let's say, how John Schneider sees this team, what he thinks he can do?
I think John Schneider, going off of what they've done and what they haven't done, thinks that they have some pieces already, that they have developers on the coaching staff as well. Because even if you do go to the draft and feel like you can improve there, you still got to develop a rookie. You still have to bring him in, teach him your offense, teach him your techniques, the way you view things, and hope that in a year or two he's ready to go. If I'm looking at the way they attack free agency or the lack of attacking free agency with the offensive line, that's also telling me that they thought that no one was worth paying the big dollars, or the one person that they wanted to pay big dollars just didn't choose them because they're more cautious with their offensive lineman or any prospect when it comes to their health or whatnot. So it tells me that they think they are master developers. Like, they are going to create something beautiful with this offensive line and the teachers that they have, because we know that Mike McDonald and his gang pride themselves on teaching guys how to play the game.
What do you think about that?
I think that's a way of doing it. I would love to just throw some money out there, though. I think you and I are fans of spending. You talk to the Mariners, or we talk about the Mariners, go spend there. You talk about this offensive line, because you get something that is proven, not something that you're hoping week after week after week gets better and better and better, because as the weeks go by, your chances of making the playoffs, they become slimmer if you're losing ball games. So I would have liked for them just to put a piece out there and say, this is our guy, and we'll develop other guys along the way, and then we'll touch the draft. But they believe in themselves. They believe in their ability to communicate and to teach, and they believe in their philosophy. And I don't knock anybody for that. You live your life the way you want to live your life, and if you believe that you can do it, then you can do it. But me personally, I would have spent some money on something.
I know. And to your point, the reason I would have done that is, and I know you'll agree with me because you've said this, which is where I'm actually getting this take. I don't want to turn to a rookie, particularly a rookie offensive lineman, and say, save the day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it feels like, by virtue of trusting veterans more in general and you not adding a lot of veterans, you're looking at your own veterans saying, Olu's got to step up.
Yep.
Maybe Charles Cross plays like a Pro Bowler this year, right? Like, you need improvement, you're right, from the guys you already have, because while they have a lot of spending power in the draft, like in terms of just draft capital, who on earth is going to look at two rookies, let's say you're adding two rookies to the offensive line, and go, this is going to be the difference?
You shouldn't look at it that way.
No.
But maybe they do. Maybe they feel like, and that's the thing.
That would be a mistake.
Remember, we used to talk about receivers like, oh, they're not going to be ready until year 3 or 4 or something like that.
The route trees are so different.
Yeah, exactly. And then now we're seeing these rookies coming out and just ball out.
Yep.
Do they see that trend with the offensive linemen? Are they seeing rookie offensive linemen go out there and perform at a high level? Are they more prepared now at the college level coming into the NFL to where they feel like we can hit on one of these guys? If that were the case, I feel like Haynes would have played better. Yeah. Laumea would have played better. And it's not like they played bad. They just played like rookies. Jarrell would have played better. Sandell has some good moments as well. So it's a philosophy type of thing, and maybe they see something that I don't. But at the offensive line position, I never count on rookies. But they hit on some tackles. You had a great rookie year from Abe and from Charles Cross. So, again, they can tap back into that and tell themselves, look, we might have figured something out when it comes to these offensive linemen. We did it a couple years ago. Let's see if we can do it again. That just wouldn't be my approach. And just like the quarterback market, how Sam Darnold was the best option that you had out there. And you might not have liked the pick, but he was the best option they had. Maybe that's the way they're looking at the offensive lineman. Look, our best option was Will Fries. We didn't get him, so now we have to move on and depend on some young guys.
Bump, let's talk day 2 of the draft. Daniel Jeremiah saying that's kind of where the sweet spot is.
I do like in this particular draft, I do like getting into day 2 as much as possible. I think that's kind of the sweet spot, for what this draft is. I've talked to teams about all the time, Brock, and we're going over players. And you can talk to one team and they're like, this guy's going to go in the 50s. And you talk to another team and they're like, this guy's going to go in the teens. That's the range. I mean, it's all over the map.
Like, Daniel, tell me a bit how you see this class and what's it mean to look at day 2 as a sweet spot?
I think if you're a Seahawks fan, typically that's what you do. You look at day 2. Yeah. You look at the later draft picks because you find those guys. And when it comes to the offensive line, especially the guard and the center position, that's typically where those guys go. The tackles are the moneymakers. The tackles are the guys who are going to go top 5, top 10, top 20 because they're the more athletic guys, and you have to deal with the edge rushers. You're looking for those guys. I'm not mad at that. I think that they have a chance to add a lot of depth to any position they want, whether it be offensive line, linebacker, at the corner position. But because you didn't go out and get that big offensive lineman, it just puts a little bit more pressure on these guys to hit at those positions, especially O-line. And we just haven't seen it with interior O-line. The last time was Damon Lewis, maybe, when they hit.
Draft and actually, yeah.
Yeah, LSU. I mean, he played every position. He played center, he played guard, and maybe even some tackle a little bit. So I'm okay with that philosophy. It's just I wish that there were a veteran in place right now that just in case this doesn't work out, we have a guy who's been there and done that.
I asked you earlier, hey, is it fair to turn and depend on a rookie to improve your offensive line? And both you and I said, no, it's not fair to just expect that. The 360, then why does DJ say there's a day 2 or 3 plug-and-play day 1 starters that are upgrades from what we had last year? He was asked specifically and said Gray Zabel is someone he was looking at who could go in the first. Yeah. In the first. I know that I think it's 2 different things, right? It's like, yeah, you could have someone that's an interior guy that is a day 1 starter as a rookie. It's also unfair to give someone that burden, right? Yeah, the burden is what makes it different.
I mean, it could happen. Sure. I'm not saying it's impossible. We're just talking like percentages and what's likely to happen. And if you do have a rookie who beats out these other guys, say you do get a Zabel who beats out any of your guards over there, that doesn't mean that he's going to perform like a Pro Bowl type of guy. He's just better than those guys right now. There's some things that he's going to have to learn. It could happen. Sure. It happens every year throughout the league. It's just the percentages aren't great.
All right. Let's go to a bit more draft stuff here. I liked this example. It's not necessarily 2 positions the Seahawks are going to be taking early. We're talking wide receiver and defensive tackle. But I liked the conversation about weighing impact and in particular, how teams are starting to incorporate financial impact when they're making these picks.
Yeah, I think impact's a good word. I think there's also the financial component to this that I've heard way more over the last handful of years, which is like we were talking about. It was talking to a team, and I was discussing how would you stack this little clump of receivers versus it might even have been like it was a defensive tackle, I believe, and he said. His point was, well, with what I'd have to pay a receiver on the open market and the lack of quality receivers who ever even get to the market anymore, it's too much value for me to take the defensive tackle. There's going to be defensive tackles in free agency. We can find one if we need one. But impact receivers, those guys are going for $30 million a year and they don't get to the market.
What do you think about letting something like what someone might cost you in 4 years or what a free agent might cost you impact the decisions you make in the draft?
I think that you have to be in the moment. You got to be in this moment today and say, what do we desperately need? Let's not look towards the future. Let's not look towards the past. what do we need right now to improve our team, and then you go from there.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear, hey, really elite wide receivers are not only not available in free agency, but when you find that guy, you got to pay him $30 million.
Yeah.
And that might make someone more likely that someone like Matthew Golden could go a little bit higher than most people are expecting, because somewhere is a team going, a Jacksonville who goes, we really could use this guy.
Yeah.
We know that there's no way we're going to be able to go trade for T. Higgins, who now got extended, right? Like, that was our hope. Like, we could find someone like that where it's like a team already has a number one that's amazing. What? Oh, right. Yes. This is what happens when you're gone for 5 days. I completely ran out of time and just realized I was against the clock. We're going to come back with more from Daniel Jeremiah.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news about Swedish adding a second Cyberknife in Seattle. Cyberknife is a non-invasive, extremely precise prostate cancer radiotherapy treatment. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is much shorter, typically 5 days with daily sessions under an hour. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy-policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Back into the swing of things. Let me tell you what. You ever drive for a long time after not driving? Like just doing something you've done forever, but you do it after pausing for a while, and then it feels very weird.
Mm-hmm. That's what it feels like?
Yeah, I've only been gone 6 days or so, and it's just
only 6 days.
Only 6 days, and then you kind of look around and you're like I just did, where you go, oh yeah, I have a clock that I need to follow. We have more cuts from Daniel Jeremiah. It was a great interview with Brock and Salk this morning. If you missed anything on the draft, again, go listen back to the full episode of Brock and Salk. I believe he joined them at 7:30. More stuff there that we didn't get to, and we'll get to. He has one cut about Jackson Dart that we'll get to in NFL headlines. Very interesting. Right now, though, Daniel Jeremiah on the DK and Geno trades. These two trades happened within a couple days of each other, a month ago almost, and it felt earth-shattering, and then it kind of ended. And then it was kind of still. So I always personally like hearing a bit more insight about them because they're still really interesting to me. First, we'll go to his cuts on, let me find these, Geno. So if he thinks, a question you and I have seen a ton, if he thinks Geno would have ended up in Vegas if Pete weren't there.
I still think you would have found a taker. I think you would have found similar compensation for Geno somewhere. So I think it made more sense about where he was leaving as opposed to where he was going. I think they would have found some place for him, So and I think the opportunity with Sam being available made that whole thing kind of come together. So I think it was more about Sam being available and being a target and feeling like you can get similar, hopefully better production, but you're going to get younger and you just feel a little bit more comfortable with that investment. So I think that was a little bit more about Sam than it even was about Geno.
I thought that was a super interesting way to spin it. Like, not only would he get traded if Pete wasn't there, well, how about would he get traded if Sam wasn't available?
Yeah, Sam had influence on the whole market. There are some players that just require a whole bunch of focus. And like when Aaron Rodgers was first on the market from Green Bay, there were a bunch of teams looking at him like, listen, this is a guy who just a few years ago threw for 30-plus touchdowns. He's a former MVP. Let's go after this guy. And with Sam, with him having the year that he had and then everything else surrounded him, he was the focus. So I think that as soon as the Seahawks felt that Geno wanted out, they already had their plan B, and they felt pretty good about it because of the connection with Kubiak. Guarantee you Kubiak's sitting there and saying, look, if Geno doesn't want to be here, go get Sam. I can work with Sam. We have a relationship, and he would probably want to come here as well, and we got some money to spend. So I think that's a great angle. I never really thought about it that way. Yeah. It was more just it felt like, or I assumed that it was like a panic, like, okay, Geno's out.
Exactly.
We got to move right now. Come on, let's go. When really it might have been, if he doesn't want to be here, we got a guy who we think we can get.
Yeah, I feel like Daniel's answer gives the Seahawks more agency.
Yeah.
You know, it's not strictly, like you said, not strictly a pivot where as a fan you go, well, yeah, like I know Geno was fine, but I don't want to think the guy you have here was plan B or C. I want to think that you were okay with him. I like that Daniel's answer goes, well, you know, I know Geno requested the trade, but the Seahawks might have had incentive to do it too. Just because Geno might have requested it before they entertained it does not mean that they weren't just as willing to go, okay, well, we kind of like what we got over here, so we're willing to make that risk. Let's jump to a bit about DK and Geno, and then I got some stuff on DK. Daniel Jeremiah on why he thinks the Seahawks, speaking of not wanting to trade, made it public that they didn't want to trade DK or Geno.
Well, I think some of that happens whenever you have guys leave, right? Because it's cover. You know, if the guy goes on to have success and you don't have to hear like, gosh, why did you guys move on from him? We'd like, hey, look, we tried. We had a good faith effort. We put what our value number was out there, and he didn't want it. So it's more if he broke up with us, we didn't break up with him. So some of that's in all of sports. I don't think that's specific to the NFL or to moving on from a quarterback. But the other thing is I think they had a very different opinion of what his value was, and they stuck to their number, which I think most smart teams do.
Why do you think they made it public? Like, why do you think John Schneider clarified what he did?
I think one is pride. You want to get out in front of things, right? Whenever something bad is happening or something bad has happened to you or maybe a friend or something, and you know it's going to get out there, you want to try to get in front of it. And then you want to set the narrative. You know, you want to make it clear, like, look, we tried to make this happen. He didn't want to be here. We want guys who want to be here. I think it's just a relationship thing, man. I don't think it was anything deeper than that. Just let me get out in front of this.
Yeah.
Whenever there's bad news, and I know the homies are going to hear it, I get on the text thread real quick, like, listen, man, you guys are going to hear about this. This is what's going down. It just makes the transition that much easier instead of feeling like the public is bombarded and now they're all over you asking all these questions. That's why I like when John just got in front of the camera and said, all right, let's do this. Like, shoot, this is what happened with DK and Geno.
Well, I mean, maybe there's part of him that thinks like, well, I don't owe Geno and DK this necessarily. But I think you're right. It's that people looked at the Seahawks trading DK and Geno and said, why?
Yeah.
Is it that you didn't want to pay DK $32 million per year? Okay, I could kind of see that. But like, you really think, I think a lot of analysts, and we talked to them, Greg Rosenthal, right? Shil Kapadia, who we didn't have on, but he had a column for The Ringer. A ton of analysts around the league went, you really think that Sam Darnold is going to give you more than Geno did behind this offensive line? And you're right. I think part of it was John wanting to clarify, hey, we would have been open to keeping Geno. Like, this isn't just me, you know, making some rash decision.
Right.
So I thought that was, you're right. Like, pride as a GM is part of that. Let's flip. We're going to go to DK now. Daniel Jeremiah on how he thinks DK will do in Pittsburgh.
You've got with Pittsburgh, I mean, we're assuming that Aaron Rodgers is going to go there, but nothing's locked in there at this point in time. I don't know how great of a fit that is with Rodgers. That's not his typical style of receiver. So I think that the success of that decision by Pittsburgh is going to be determined off who the quarterback is next year and beyond, because this feels like this is just kind of a one-year flyer that they'll take on Aaron Rodgers. I don't think that's a perfect match, a perfect fit.
It's so weird because I would think in theory if I was like a fantasy football player and ideally like, I don't know, 2018. It would have had to be after 2019. But in theory, DK seems like a great option for Aaron Rodgers.
Nothing is a perfect fit for Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career.
That's true.
Nothing is.
Absolutely nothing. Back to the Manners with Ryan Rowland-Smith. He joins us next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Rowland-Smith for Eastside Weight Loss. I have struggled with weight my whole life, and honestly, at times, I hated the way I looked in the mirror, and especially on TV. As a former athlete, I've tried every workout under the sun. Yeah, I can get in good shape, but you can't outwork a bad diet. I tried every new age dieting technique, supplement, protein powder, counting calories, you name it, and just got sick of all the noise. So I decided to schedule a free 15-minute consultation after hearing the ads and questioning if some of these success stories and weight loss stories were real. After speaking with Dr. Coogan, it all made perfect sense. Yes, it was going to take some discipline, but trust me, the results were well worth it. So since that phone call, it's been 60 days. I have dropped 30 pounds of body fat. I feel amazing, sleeping great, and the best part, I have a plan to keep the weight off. If you're looking for real results, do what I did, block out the noise, and get on a plan that gets you the results. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com for that free 15-minute consultation. It has truly been a life changer.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners have the day off today, which means you have extra innings hosted by Curtis Rogers coming your way at 7 p.m. today right here on 710 AM Seattle Sports, the latest on everything Mariners to get you ready for tomorrow's series opener against the Giants.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Ryan Rowland-Smith joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Ryan, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're happy to have you on. I was just joking with Bump that I, for the last several days, have not had Wi-Fi, so I was just barely able to tune into what the Mariners were doing. So when I came back, the last game I'd covered was opening day, and everything was fun, and it was great. And then I had to have him fill me in, like, what's been happening? So I'm actually going to start by asking you a similar question. Just what have we seen in a week now, officially, of Mariners play?
Yeah, you know what? It's we've gone everything from, especially recently, being one hit to all of a sudden knocking off Tarek Skubal and beating him, which was crazy. You know, going into that last day, and it's crazy too. Hey, Stacy, my mum said the same thing. She goes, "Oh man, opening day was huge,"
so
and then all of a sudden after that, like I'm seeing this and seeing that. I'm like, no, just it's all good. It's early. And you're probably sick of hearing it's early. I actually went through and looked at some different hot starts and some really bad starts and where the teams end up. I was going down a rabbit hole just to sort of have it's early and then have something to follow up. But look, I think a couple of things under the microscope is going to be the offense. That's for sure, because of last year. And even as a player, as a former player, being in that clubhouse, it's still in the back of your mind as well. So looking at this, the bullpen has kind of had a bit of a mixed bag, and the reason why is because you've had some opportunity to go a little bit deeper in that bullpen, but when it comes down to having leads and holding them, I think they've been really, really good. Last night was a little shaky. Yesterday was a little shaky with Andres Munoz. I'll start with that. Pitching has been solid. It's been solid. Like Logan punched out 10, but he went 5. He was a little bit more hittable. He lost a pitch in that game. That slider, he kind of put that in the back pocket. The starting pitching has been solid. You really have to wait and kind of see how guys look in a couple of weeks. But then offensively, there's just a couple things that have stood out to me. Number one, really good at bats. Early on in the Detroit Tigers series, believe it or not, even though there's some bad games, down by 6. But then yesterday, the aggressive approach against Tarek Skubal, which you have to do that, right? You saw the Dodgers do that against him the first start. You have to do that. I'm sitting here going, man, guys, just be a little bit more aggressive, because we heard Scott Service talk about this last couple of years. Hey, grinding out at bats, having professional at bats. I'm sitting there going, man, stop watching Casey Myers fastballs down the middle, because he's going to go split in about 3 pitches. Be aggressive. And so I love the approach yesterday offensively. So there's some good and bad to take away. But look, you walk out of this, you have a little bit of a losing record right now, 1 game over, but they're getting in rhythm, and I think there's a lot of good things to come.
Ryan, it's been fun to see Polanco. I haven't seen him in a couple of days, but when he was out there, him offensively, right, kind of find his groove. But then I see Demo make a play yesterday at third base at Forsyth at home, and I asked myself, I go, does Polanco make that play? And then the value of Demo just even got greater to me, because you can put him anywhere. What are your thoughts on that third base spot?
Polanco doesn't, or I say he's 50-50 on making that play in early April. I think Polanco, with everything they're doing with Perry Hill, the program, the throwing program he's doing, in afternoons and everything else, getting confident with that arm strength, I think he makes that play come, late May, June, July. But it was pretty. I thought the same thing. He's coming in, and if you're referring to the play at home, right? You're talking about that.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, instinctually too, and I said this during the game yesterday. You have to know. You got 6, 7 different scenarios in that situation. If I come in, if the ball's hit soft, there's no way I can throw to second base. I have to go home. Now Polanco, there's no arm strength involved in that. There's quick feet, quick release, and off he goes. He's great at that. Throwing across the infield, that's a little bit of another story here in April. And I think instinctually, not going to say what would have happened. It's easy. There could have been some hesitation, double clutch, like kind of caught in between, where Demo wasn't. Demo, boom, straight away, ball was hit soft, off he goes to home. It's because I really do think Polanco right now is dealing with 2 things. Number one, the confidence in making sure he's positioned right, knowing where he's going, but more so the confidence with his arm strength, man. He has been in a situation, he's played majority at second base. Everyone's kind of questioning, can he throw across the infield? And he's also coming off a knee injury. So when that's your landing knee, that landing leg, and you're worried about putting so much pressure on it, I had to deal with that as a pitcher. You get in your head a little bit and you start making some funky throws, or you take some load off the lower half. Like I said, I think Polanco makes that play 100% of the time. Late May, June, once he gets more comfortable in that position. Because you need his bat in the lineup too. So,
Ryan, tell me about the good and bad from Julio's first week.
Yeah, there's some good. I think there's some situations where you look at this in 2024 and swing and miss, right? I'm not talking about Julio. I'm talking about in general with this team. Sure. Swing and miss and no ball put in play when there's runners in scoring position, when it's that moment where it's like you just need just a little bit. And for Julio, there's been a couple at-bats. There was one against Casey Myers with runners on, and he's missing a slider by 2 feet, with 2 strikes. It's like, hey, is there any way – I know you got tons of power and you can change the entire inning right now, but is there any way right now that we can just kind of lock in this at-bat? There's a little bit of that. But also, too, there's also he's – in regards to contact rate, in regards to getting mistakes and crushing mistakes, balls in the middle of the plate, he's doing that. And that's all you want too. By the way, it took him 23 games last year to get his first home run. And so when I saw him hit that home run against JP Series the other day, I was like, okay, this is just a good first step, where it's not this situation where he's got this heavy load where he's trying to reinvent the wheel or come up with different offensive strategies every at-bat. You want him just to be athletic. So I thought that was massive, the fact he got in that home run column right away. You see some of the reaction after some of the at-bats, some of the frustration seeping in. But there's just those moments there with Julio where it's a big spot. I use that Casey Myers at-bat as a specific, where you're looking at like, hey, man, you're Julio Rodriguez. Ball has to be put in play right here. The chase rate has to be cut down in this at-bat, regardless of you feeling like you can drive a ball to right center over the fence.
We know you got to be resilient as a baseball player, right? You fail so much. But it's kind of different when you're on the mound. Walk me through what you think Emerson is going through after he had the outing he had the other day.
Well, I think that they've had a conversation in that office with him being sent down, what the plan is, and they're pretty transparent, just like they have been the last couple of years in regards to what they sort of forecast the next week or so with him. So he knows more than that. But let's say hypothetically, and again, I was in that meeting. I have talked to some people about, potentially what could happen. But in regards to him coming out that first game where you're the 6th man, and I talked about this, and I got smashed after Wyman and Bob on social media, because here I am singing his praises, because I think he's going to be a huge impact. He's going to be a huge impact, man. And Wyman and Bob said, hey, what do you got on Emerson Hancock? And I just went full steam, just all in on Emerson Hancock being a part of this rotation. And they took the clip and put it on social media right before he gave up a 6th spot. And I was like, oh, thanks. Thanks social media. Thanks Twitter. You're killing me, burying me right now. Look, I think he is going to, whether it's not make his next turn in the rotation, but he'll slot in between somewhere once the off days, kind of level out. And what I mean by that is, and I'm getting to your question here in a second, Bump. What I think will happen is, I think he's going to make he's still going to be the 5th guy in this rotation. And I think he's going to slot in between once they need that 5th spot. And also, too, they want to give the other rotation members the extra rest when they can. So with that being said, what I think happened, struggled right out of the gates, no feel for the baseball whatsoever in the different temperatures, working on something in spring training. That sweeper, you saw him try and throw that pitch, was not confident with that pitch at all. You could see he'd throw it straight away. The body language was like, oh, man, that did not feel right. And then he gave up a 6-spot 2/3, faced the media and the whole bit. Right after that, they would have said, listen, you're all good. Go get some work in. You're going to be right back here. And it's not just telling him what he wants to hear. I think there is a plan to have him come right back. So with that, the next couple days after that, he's like, hey, I'm all good. I'm all good. I just have to get that first out in that inning, and I'm all good. Now, if they had said to him, hey, listen, struggled, go down, we'll see what happens. Whew, that's a tough place to be in, let me tell you, when you're down in AAA. Everything, they're rough days, let me tell you. But I don't think that's the case.
Ryan, let's talk about how we're measuring early failure or success. So for just the month of April, by May 1st, Ryan, what's maybe a stat? It could be a player. It could be a team stat, an individual stat, something you're going to be pointing to going, no matter what, if I look at this number and it's what I want to see, I'm feeling okay. And you might have more than one, but just an area where you're looking at going, I can measure early success here.
Yeah, okay. Offense, I'm looking at their numbers with runners in scoring position, and not just batting average. I'm looking at plate appearance numbers, how often they get on base, because they get on base still a lot, even though the hits aren't coming. 22 walks going into yesterday's game, first in the American League. So I'm looking at plate appearances. I'm looking at contact rate. Are they making contact with runners in scoring position, and overall, what are the strikeout numbers? Are we looking at a box score simply and saying, God, we're 10 plus or 10 under? That's the big one. The other thing I'm looking at too here, if you are going to play these close games, 3-2 yesterday, I'm looking at bullpen innings and usage. Did you remember last year, Andres Munoz, we got to May, right? You're talking about May 1st. We got to May. He was going inning plus. There was a bit of a panic button being pressed. You see this all the time. The Boston Red Sox last year had the best starting rotation, but they weren't getting deep. They were going 4 or 5 innings every time. And guess what? They ran out of gas. Not the rotation, the bullpen. The bullpen is going to be crucial for this team if you're going to play close games and live off pitching. So I want to look at bullpen usage, how they're using that bullpen. Do they have 4 guys instead of 2? They're going to. And offensively, simply put, look at the contact rate, and look at the contact rate in high leverage situations and with runners in scoring position. They're the 2 big things.
I like that. You guys take notes. Take notes. You're dropping with some knowledge right now. What's the feeling of this team, you think? They're packing up. They went to San Francisco. You haven't won a series yet, split with the A's, and obviously you lost that one to the Tigers. If I'm a player and I'm on the plane and we're having these conversations, what do you think is being said?
I think they're totally fine. You're excited about getting on the road for the first time. You sort of, it's now we're off and running. You gotten through that first homestand. And so I don't think they're sitting there, biting their fingernails thinking, oh, man, we're in a tough spot here whatsoever. And again, offense, it doesn't matter, any faction of the team. Put it this way, man. I spoke to Liam Hendricks, who's with the Red Sox now. And we talk all the time. We're good buddies, and he's kind of like my just straight, honest, transparent, whatever. Because we're good friends. You know how you have those conversations with your good friends, and you can. And I said, hey man, Devers, man, he's like 0 for the century, and he's punched out a bunch. What's the deal? He goes, dude, he's fine, man. He's totally fine. I'm like, well, what about the DH part? And he would tell me, he would flat out straight away tell me, say, dude, he is not happy, man. And so when I heard that, this is just the other day driving the ballpark. When I heard that, I was like, yeah, you know what? I've got to put this into perspective. It's early in the year. Guys are slowly starting to get in rhythm. They're slowly starting to get used to Kevin Seitz's routine down in the cage, talking to Edgar, all the little things, finding a house, all that stuff. So in regards to like zooming out and having that sort of view, I look, man, I don't think there's any panic whatsoever with this team. Not saying that they're shying away from expectations. Yeah. I just think that there's been enough good. They've still got those things they worked on in spring training, that little bit of that process they're working on. So I think they're all good, man. I think they're good. I think they're excited to get down to. And by the way, again, I'll say this again. Coming off a big win. If they had lost yesterday, maybe a little bit different, and maybe you get those conversations on the bus and the plane.
where it's like, oh man, like the one negative sentence that can just throw off and just be cancerous throughout the whole team. But it's not that way. No chance.
Last question for me. I'm going out of Seattle a little bit, though it does eventually tie to Seattle. I haven't had a chance at all to talk about the Yankees bats physically, the real bats, the torpedo bats. They got an MIT expert in there. What do you think about it? And obviously they're coming to Seattle, Adam Jude saying.
Yeah, well, first of all, there's like teams that are putting in orders. The guys who were using them last year in 2024, there was guys using them last year. It's just amazing that an opening day like that happens. Someone also made the comment that Jazz Chisholm had that certain color, so it like stood out. Like, it looked like you could totally see the shape of the bat. Now, what about this dude from MIT? He's probably sitting there going, like, duh, just put more weight down here, and now, hey, now you can just pay me. Like, he's probably sitting there going, you morons. Like, a baseball player is a bunch of morons. Like, how can you not figure this out? Just put more weight down here. It seems so simple. No, I'm sure he's making bank and on a yacht somewhere right now. Who knows? But no, I mean, it's all the rage, and it's, you know what, it's good for the game. Why not? In regards to if you can have an advancement in technology on the hitting side and you're not going to get jammed. By the way, it doesn't suit everyone. It's the players that cop the ball off the handle a ton. I was actually going to look into this today and see, from a heat map, who are the guys with the Mariners that could benefit from the different weight distribution in the bat. But man, there's always something, man. I was thinking about this, with the sticky stuff in regards to on the ball and whatever it is, there's always something. Everyone just jumps on and off they go. But hey, whatever, it's good. If it helps you from getting jammed, and Julio gets those fastballs inside, he gets a torpedo bat, or like Aaron Goldsmith called it, a bowling pin bat, which does not sound as good. Have at it. Go get it, Julio. Don't get jammed.
Well, can't wait to hear your analysis, your takeaways about Mariners hitters who might be able to benefit from it. Obviously, we'll see it in action. He is Ryan Rowland-Smith. Ryan, you're the best. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ryan.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down Territory.
This is 4 Down Territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Devastating first down. Why do you feel the tush push is coming to an end?
Man, the more I read, the more I not believe in the case, but respect the case that people are making against this. And now they're saying
this isn't the bump that I last remember seeing on Friday.
I want the tush push, but they're making a case. They're bringing lawyers involved. It's getting legal. They're talking about we are trying to prevent catastrophic injury.
Okay.
They're saying the angles of the bodies could ruin someone's spine and all that stuff. And then they relate it to the kickoff. They said, look, we got rid of the traditional kickoff because of the impact that these guys are going to have. And we saw some bad injuries, but we wanted to prevent it. Once you start talking about preventative stuff, now the NFL is really going to listen, and maybe some owners are going to listen and really buy into this thing. So because they're talking legal, lawyers are getting involved, and they're talking catastrophic injury, even though there's no data to support that, I could see the case where they're going to point to the position of the body and the spine and the angles and all that and how guys can get hurt. So the last article I read, I'm like, man, you guys are making a heck of a case. I still don't think it should be banned, but I can see this thing happening.
It's an interesting angle, though, of like a preventative measure as opposed to reactive. It's the Botox rule. The NFL does. It's just preventative. Second down. Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. And I think it's going to be Haynes because of the way that his body is and the way that he plays the game. He's really quick on his feet. I had to go back and watch some more of his college film. He's great getting to that second level. And he only played 67 snaps last year. So he didn't really get time to get into the groove. Now you got to prove in practice that you can get it done so you can get those snaps and you can get into the groove. But the more I watch his film, the more I understand the offense, I think that this fits him. I think everyone's going to improve. I think Laumea's going to improve. Gerald's going to improve. Everyone's going to improve. But the way he plays the game now fits this type of offense. If Kubiak were here last year, I really believe that Chris Haynes would have gotten more opportunity to be that guy at the guard spot. So I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. Only 167 snaps last year. I think these joint practices that Mike McDonald wants is going to be crucial for him. The offseason is going to be big for him. The knock on him, too, is that he wasn't physically mature yet. So a year, offseason, eating, getting muscle, building, and doing all that good stuff while keeping that agility that he has will allow him to take a big step. I hope it's him because he was a high draft pick for these guys last year. But the more I look into it, the more I think Haynes will be the guy to make the biggest jump. Will it be big enough to start over a rookie they bring in or maybe a late veteran? Who knows? But I think Haynes is the guy.
Third down. Big news this morning from ESPN's Adam Schefter, at least as far as offseason trade news go. Joe Milton, Patriots sent him to Dallas for a 5th rounder. How much of a threat is Joe in Dallas?
I think he's a bigger threat than what people realize. I think Dak Prescott got his shot how? Because Tony Romo got hurt. He went in there and he did some things that Tony wasn't capable of doing. Dak Prescott is getting up there when it comes to age, and his mobility has been a big part of his game. Joe Milton brings that. If Joe can understand the offense, and if Dak Prescott even just has a jacked up toenail and has to sit out a game, and Joe Milton goes out there and plays the way with that hunger that we saw with Dak Prescott, there can be some issues. And Dak has had issues being healthy the last several years or so. So I think we are going to see Joe Milton at some point. I don't know how long, but this move is bigger than what I think people are realizing. He might be the next guy up. And we know that from experience that the Dallas Cowboys just like to transition to guys who are already there. Joe Milton's going to be there if Dak Prescott cannot stay healthy, and Joe comes out and looks anything like we saw last year against the Buffalo Bills. He's a bigger threat than I think people are giving him credit for.
Can I do a quick follow-up for this one before I move to the 4th down? It's about Dak. I find him to be in this really interesting category of quarterbacks, which is we know he can ball out, but he doesn't do it consistently, and he's getting paid like he does. What's your overall stance on Dak? And if you were Jerry Jones, would you have buyer's remorse right now?
Yeah, I would have buyer's remorse. Yeah. I would. And not to the extreme, because he does win you some regular season games. But when I watch him play, there's just something that's missing. I don't know if it's leadership, if it's the clutch moments, or just being able to get in the huddle and command it. There's something that is just off. Like the hunger that I saw during that rookie contract just isn't there anymore. Good guy. I think he's a good football player, but I don't see him as a guy to get them over the hump.
Does he have that dog in him?
He's got some dog in him, but not the dog that you want.
Not like the pit bull where you're like, oh, I'm kind of scared.
Yeah.
4th down. My new neighbors have a dog. It barks a lot. Every time you walk by the door, it barks. I know.
Good luck.
It's very rude. 4th down. I like this question. What Mariner can help the Seahawks this year?
So yesterday we brought Gary Hill in and we asked, all right, who do you think could be, what Seahawk can help the Mariners? And I said JSN because he reminds me of like a Mookie Betts type of guy.
Totally.
He went with Sam Darnold. He goes, look, that's another arm. Typically quarterbacks play pitch. Curtis, who'd you go with yesterday?
I went with.
Was it Sam Darnold as well?
I don't know who I went with. Yeah, I think
it was Sam.
Maybe.
Yeah. So they went with Sam Darnold. Made complete sense. Quarterbacks typically pitch at some point. So now I'm flipping it today. The Seahawks need DB help. So I'm looking at who I think can be a DB. I think Randy could be a DB. I think Demo is the overachieving varsity player who you put everywhere. But Ryan Bliss might be a nice little DB out there.
Pick.
So if I had to pick a corner, nickel type or whatever to help the Seahawks, I'm going with Bliss because my man can move.
I loved talking about Ryan Bliss after opening day. For both of you, we have just a full minute here anyways. And I'm curious as to what you've seen from Bliss in the days since. Because we were all, Bump, especially you, really excited about him.
Yeah, I mean, he's aggressive on the bases, right? And he's supposed to be. That's why he's here. Defensively, he's been all right. He hasn't wowed anybody, but I didn't expect him to be the type of player just to wow. He's been okay, but you can tell that he's a young guy, and he has a lot more to prove and a lot more to learn. But I think I don't feel like scared with him out there at second base. I'm more scared with Polanco at third base than I am at Bliss at second base.
Which is telling, Curtis.
Yeah,
Do you kind of feel the same?
Yeah, defensively, I don't really have any worries about Ryan Bliss right now. I think, though, what Dylan Moore showed yesterday, I would expect to see Moore get a little more playing time than Bliss over the next couple of days at second base, especially if Polanco comes back and, over probably the next 24 hours or so. He probably moves back to third, but I don't think Bliss is in any danger of getting sent down right now.
Coming up at 11:45, Daniel Jeremiah names a surprising top 10 pick. Before we get to that, though, taking a look around the world of sports, the timeline starting college football. Don't go anywhere.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? That would be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used cars in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. What dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? You're getting good at this. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer a free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all their new Fords. How about this one? Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit back to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given back over $750,000 to customers who have sold them their cars. Finally, what dealership has been family owned and operated in Auburn for 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about around the world of sports, which means we're stepping outside of Seattle. But let's tell you what you need to know, the breakdown. The NCAA told Colorado and Syracuse they won't be allowed to schedule a joint spring practice. But Oklahoma State head coach Mike Gundy thinks the schools should go ahead and do it anyway.
The NCAA said no to Deion and Syracuse on their deal. But the coaches have said, we're going to look at this, and next year, that may be part of this. So your feeling on that?
I mean, I think we should. I mentioned it the other day. I just thought of the deal with OU. I think it's a good deal. I would like to do it. I'd like to practice against them. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to waste my time on who's going to determine what the rules are anymore, because essentially there's not really enough of them to follow. And I'm not even sure how they have grounds to say you can't do it. Somebody just goes and does it. What are they going to do to them?
A fair question, Mike. A fair question. Fran Brown, head coach of Syracuse, thinks there might be a bit of a double standard.
We should have just told Coach Belichick and Bill O'Brien to come up with it, and then they would have let them do it. And then it would have all went, right? We shouldn't have been the first two dudes to say, damn well they wasn't about to let Coach Prime Time and Fran Brown be the first two guys to do it. I was over their dead bodies, so that wasn't happening that way. I'm just messing with you, NCAA. Don't get all mad and call out my AD and try to find me. I'm literally joking.
So again, Mike Gundy says you guys should do it anyway. Fran Brown, clearly not joking.
He ain't joking. He just has to throw that disclaimer out there.
Yeah,
make sure
just to cover his bases.
Fined. I don't want to get fined.
I
don't come
want to
after
get in
me.
trouble.
But you're right. It's all about the presentation. And Bill Belichick and Bill O'Brien have been in the NFL. Mm-hmm. They are seasoned when it comes to this coaching game. And they probably have a better relationship with NCAA than Sanders and Coach Fram have. So, yeah, sometimes it's about who's doing the presentation. There's some guys my son was telling me about a presentation he did for his class. It was a group. It was like 4 of them. And one of his homies didn't really do enough work. So what they did was they gave him like the smallest piece. Like, look, you present this. And he killed it, right? Mm-hmm. Boom, there we go. So it's about setting it up for success, right? Who's going to do certain parts of the presentation? And that's what I see here. If Bill and Belichick and O'Brien were go to NCAA and present it, they listen like, you've been in the NFL, you've been around for a while, but Prime? Oh, no, they ain't letting Prime have nothing to do with that.
What did you think of Mike Gundy saying, do it anyway? Who's going to stop him? What's going to happen?
That's interesting because when I was in college, we used to set up player ran 7-on-7. So Eastern Washington would pull up and we do 7-on-7, and then Idaho will pull up and do 7-on-7. There's a way that you can do it. If it's player ran and there are no coaches around, it can get done. The thing about once you put the pads on in this player ran, it can get a little crazy because dudes get a little violent out there.
It is weird, the NCAA in general, just how this isn't a hot sports take. It's something we all think, but how unevenly they apply their rules. That sometimes it seems really strict. Sometimes they seem very hands off, like transfer portal stuff, NIL, super hands off, which by virtue of NIL not being under their purview anymore, they kind of have to be, but there's no guidelines. And then something like this, they're still like eagle-eyed watching you to make sure you don't have a spring practice.
What's the problem with it?
I don't know.
In spring, we do scrimmages anyway. You got the Crimson and Gray game over at University of, I wanted to say UW twice.
Wow.
At Wazoo.
At your alma mater.
Alma mater. What's going on?
The school you played for.
I assume UW's game is a purple and gold game. You're gonna have scrimmages anyway, and this just benefits the program. I don't understand what the reason is.
I don't know. Next up, Grambling head football coach Mickey Joseph, has an idea to help out smaller schools who lose players to FBS programs.
We understand. I think the kids understand if they're here and if they're sophomores and they have a big year and a group of 5 or a Power 5 approach them and they have the finances to pull them out of there and I can't match the finances, then you know what, they're gonna go. That's part of it. Coaches have been doing it for years, so we shouldn't get mad as coaches when these kids make decisions to take care of their family. Because like I said, I'm gonna say it again. Coaches have been doing it for years, but I also think there need to be a buyout. If they move up for me and go to Group of 5 and Power 5, I should get kind of a compensation for that, you know? So NCAA, if you're listening to me, I need a buyout.
Hey, I coached up this player that you just are paying for right now. Where's my cut?
It makes sense. Again, presentation. They're not listening to any head coach from Grambling.
Absolutely.
They're not. You're gonna have to go to a Boise State or a smaller school, but anyone from Grambling, they ain't listening to him, unfortunately.
Because he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. I believe in what he's saying. I think there should be about it. It happens in soccer all the time, right? You loan players and you buy out the contracts, all that stuff. It makes complete sense. If we're talking business, we're treating this as a business, yes. But again, presentation. I ain't listening to him.
What about FBS schools that, you're a D1 school, FBS school, but you're losing, let's say, a player. We've talked about Washington State all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You lost a guy who ended up being a Heisman winner and probably the #1 pick. And that's certainly not the only high-profile quarterback or high-profile talent to have left a school like Washington State. And Washington State, not alone here. A couple other schools are in their place where it's like, you don't have the NIL money, you don't have the ability to hang on to these guys, but you can recruit them. You bring them in, you recognize the talent, you develop them. What about schools like that? Because you're not really out, you know what I mean? Like you're kind of in this weird pool.
I think you, if you're going to go that route, you have to put schools in tiers. Okay, this is the tier that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
The top tier are the obvious, right? The Bamas, Ohio States, the Oregons, all those schools. And then there's the second tier. If any player is making a move up in tiers, then I think that's where you compensate people.
Because it just makes sense. Like it's, we had a similar conversation when we were talking about who had the comment about no more Cinderella stories in the
Jay Williams.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Williams was saying, it's really a shame because the mid-majors isn't going to quite exist in the same way because these players are all going to get picked up before they even start to develop with these teams, and then you're not going to have these Cinderella stories quite as often. I feel like it's a somewhat similar approach where it's like NIL makes for a less morally corrupt landscape, but still complicates it.
Yeah.
It still changes things in a way that I think we collectively as football fans, as college football fans, don't know how to navigate yet.
No, and like you said, the NCAA picks and chooses when they want to flex. Sometimes they just let things happen. We have nothing to do with this. It's out of our control. It's too much for us. And then they try to control the little things. But I just think the whole system is jacked up.
Yeah.
There's no structure. There's no guidance. And I don't see it changing anytime soon, honestly. I just don't.
Next and last in the timeline, the Kansas City Chiefs have reportedly requested to be a permanent team on the NFL's Christmas Day slate. Bump, your reaction to this story, obviously, but if you could nominate another team to be one where you're like, I would love, like every Thanksgiving, we know that we're going to watch the Cowboys. We know we're going to watch the Lions. Every Christmas Day, you're going to watch the Chiefs and maybe who else?
The Bills. The Ravens.
Ooh.
The Lions already got Thanksgiving.
You know what? That's
Can't
the
give
thing.
them that.
Let NFC hold down Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
The AFC, cream of the crop, will hold down Christmas
And why
Day.
not do this? We know Christmas Day in basketball, you're going to see the Lakers, the Heat, the Warriors. You have your constants on Christmas Day for basketball. No, I'm with this. I mean, the Chiefs are it. They are the standard in the NFL. So why not give them that day? As long as Pat Mahomes is playing football, he should be playing on Christmas.
What if they choose a random team, like they're like the Jags? The Jags are going to play every Christmas Day.
No, the Jags,
it's
man.
It's Santa's gift to all of you NFL fans.
The Jags
already have the international game.
That's
their,
true.
Like, standalone.
And they gave us Thursday night for a long time. We don't need no more Jags.
Who played with Houston?
They sure did give us Thursday night.
They did. Houston, Kansas City, Steelers.
And Baltimore. That was the four teams. They each played each other the week before Christmas, and then they mixed them up again and played on Christmas Day.
I'm okay with the Chiefs playing on Christmas Day. I don't want a single person to say the Seahawks. Listen.
Nah, don't.
Yeah,
do
when
that
they
to
played
me.
on Thanksgiving a couple of years ago, that was it was not as fun as it was.
No.
It could have been. Plus, they got blown out that game too.
That was the 49ers, right?
Yeah.
It was like the only good thing was like Jordan Brooks had a pick six. Am I remembering this game right? And then that was pretty much it. Everything else was just bad.
Yeah.
Unless I'm blanking.
It was,
I feel like
it was
that
over
game.
quick.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I agree with this person. Please no Hawks game on Christmas, at least at home. Yeah, I get the idea of being excited when your team is playing on a holiday, but I can promise you, players, coaches, people covering the team, reporters, a little less excited.
Yeah.
A little less excited. All right. Coming up, we're going to go pretty NFL heavy for a little bit. John Boyle's going to join us at 1, and then we're going to wrap up with baseball talk at the end of the show, beginning at 1:30 with Rainiers third baseman Ben Williamson joining us for the Farm Report. So, again, shifting to Mariners again, coming up a bit later in the show, and we're jumping into the NFL here. Before we get to some Seahawks stuff, before we get to John Boyle, Daniel Jeremiah names a shocking name who could be a top 10 pick. That's next.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
The NFL is trying to clean up the game. What do they want to emphasize, and how do you feel about it?
The NFL wants to bring in more sportsmanship, and I understand they're saying, look, we want kids watching the game to learn from these guys. And listen, it is a good idea, but the ball player in me says, man, forget all that noise. This is football.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rierecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had zero investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Get ready, because Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD this summer overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Join the team. The city of Kirkland is hosting a job fair on Saturday, April 5th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the North Kirkland Community Center. Visit kirklandwa.gov/parkjobs for more information and links to positions.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy for info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm rusty. I'm shaking the rust off. I did the wrong tease, okay? It's not my fault.
I did that once when you were gone.
Did you? What'd you say?
I teased DK like when we heard about how he wanted to be traded a couple times before. I teased that and we were going somewhere completely different.
See, people don't realize how much of this is off the cuff, or you might be leading into something, or maybe you forgot to write a tease, or you're doing whatever and you're like, look, it's live, okay? No, we are going to talk about a surprising top 10 pick. I misquoted Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah is asked whether or not the Seahawks should take this name we're going to talk about at 18. And then there's a separate report saying he could be a top 10 pick that is not Daniel Jeremiah. So I just wanted to clear Daniel Jeremiah's name. I don't want to attach him to a take he didn't have. We are talking about a quarterback, and that quarterback we are talking about is Jackson Dart. A lot of you guys probably already able to guess in the couple seconds. So we'll start with Brock and Salk asking DJ whether or not the Seahawks, who will eventually want to test the quarterback market, right? We've all been talking about John Schneider probably wanting to find another guy. Should consider Jackson at 18 or in the second round.
He's my 35th, 36th player. So, yeah, that would put him – I'm doing my due diligence for sure. I think I want to – I'm a Sam Darnold guy, so I would prefer to try and help Sam here with this first pick. If somehow Jackson Dart's still floating around there in the second round, that might just be a situation where like, this is value here. I'll take it.
Okay, So saying like, look, maybe you consider it. He is not the 18th best player, but bump, as you know, as everyone knows, quarterbacks go before almost anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of quarterbacks who have second, third, fourth round grades that are going to get selected long before. Now, meanwhile, you've got Dan Orlovsky, a different D name, said that if I were the Raiders or if I'm the Jets, if I'm the Saints, I would very seriously consider drafting him in the top 10. So that's where there was a report about, like, could he be a top 10 pick? That, to me, is crazy. But what do you think?
I don't think it's crazy. I think he is the third best quarterback in this draft. And the Vegas Raiders could use a guy to develop behind Geno. The Saints could use a guy to develop behind Derek Carr. I'm looking to see who else is out there. After those two teams, I mean, where else would a Jackson Dart go? You're looking at San Francisco at 11, no. Dallas at 12, maybe, but you just got Joe Milton. Indy doesn't need one. They got a battle going on over there. Atlanta doesn't need one. They have their quarterback. Arizona has theirs. There's not too many options at that quarterback spot. So there's two ways you can look at this. Because there's not that many options, the Saints can wait and say, you know what, no one's going to grab him anyway. Let's wait until that second round and see if he's still available. But the Saints and the Raiders, I feel like, need a quarterback in the wings in the worst way. And it's not about how good you think he is as far compared to the other guys in this draft. It's about, do you think he's still going to be there when it comes back around? Because I could see the Hawks grabbing him in the second round if he's still there. I can see a bunch of teams grabbing him if he's there in the second round. He might not have a first-round grade, but he has a first-round value to some teams who are desperate for a quarterback.
Okay, sticking with the idea of college quarterbacks who might be available here for Seattle, I'm not going to ask you about like a particular round they could be available. Rather this. I had a friend who said that he had to write up like a top 5, quarterbacks available in the draft. Did not have Jackson in his top 5. Mm-hmm. He had both Will Howard and Dylan Gabriel, not in that order, above Jackson Dart. Do you think that Jackson is getting too much credit because of the system in which he was playing?
No, I think if you watch the film, he's a good ball player. He's increased his production every single year at Ole Miss. 20 touchdowns one year, 23, and then 29. 2,900 yards his first year, 3,300, and then 42. No, it's completion percentage, 62% his first year, 65, and then 69. And then you factor in just his mobility. He's more mobile than Will Howard. I would say Dylan Gabriel's probably around the same. He just wasn't asked to do some of the things that Jackson Dart was asked to do. No, I think Jackson Dart, to me, is the third best quarterback. He's legit. But the sleeper in this whole thing, I think, is Dylan Gabriel. I've spoken to some guys who went to his pro day, who have watched his film and broke him down, and they just don't understand it. I think it's because he's like 5'10", 5'11", that he doesn't get the love that he deserves. But no, I think that is the way to go. Jackson Dart, to me, is the third best quarterback in this.
How would you feel if the Seahawks did take him? Let's say it's day 2. Let's say it's early day 2.
I'm not mad at it. It's an insurance policy. You have a way out with Sam Darnold, right? Second year, you can get out of that thing and not owe a bunch of money or any at all. No, it's that's the thing about quarterbacks. It's a constant race to figure out if the guy that you have is the guy, and to have a backup plan if he is not the guy, unless you are one of the teams that have the 4 or 5 best quarterbacks in the game. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't even be mad, because Sam Darnold still has a lot to prove. I started the show saying, well, let's not ignore the 15 games that he balled out. Yeah, but I'm like, all right, well, can he do it again? He only has one year, and I don't know what the dead cap would be if you got rid of him, but I don't think it'd be too much.
For after this year, it would not, as long as he wasn't injured.
Yeah.
If he was injured, I think you're on the hook for $17 million. If he's fully healthy, you move on before the Super Bowl or something like that, then I think that you are mostly scot-free. If I remember correctly. I don't know for sure, but I think it's relatively easy to move on after.
Here's another thing. I'm looking at the draft order.
Okay.
If Jackson Dart was around and Pittsburgh was on the clock, I think they'd grab him. Because you have Aaron Rodgers. How much longer? Well, we're assuming Aaron Rodgers is going there. How much longer do you expect Aaron Rodgers to be playing some football?
You think Jackson touches the field if Aaron signs on as the Steelers starter?
No. I think he sits and develops for a year.
What if Aaron has horrible games?
I still think he sits in the field.
I mean, he's made enough deposits. You're a 4-time MVP. You can have 5 horrible games in a row, and they're going to be like, we're selling tickets. People are coming out to see Aaron Rodgers play.
Yeah, they're coming out, yeah. But why not? Why not draft a quarterback and sit and and wait and see.
And
nothing's guaranteed with Aaron yet either. Like, what is taking that thing so long to get done?
I feel good about Cam Ward. I know you're high on Cam Ward. Obviously, really familiar with him. Every NFL expert. I've been listening to so many podcasts, and every NFL expert is like, Cam Ward. Like, he's the real deal. I don't know how you could go to his pro day or go watch his games and not clearly think he's QB1. I am most curious to see, and I wish I had a time machine where we could fast forward, like, let's say 4 years, to see which quarterback after Cam we are most wrong and most right about.
Right.
Like, what if it is Jackson? What if it's, you know what I mean? Like, you go look in hindsight and you go, okay, Trevor Lawrence, best one from that class, then nobody. Then no one panned out. Conversely, you look at Brock Purdy working out, which is never going to happen again, but as the final pick of the draft, and you go, no one saw that coming. Like, who's the next person who ends up being maybe a second rounder, a Jalen Hurts, who people go, or Jordan Love, who people go, when it was a first, but they go, yeah, we'll see what happens there. And all of a sudden, we're having surprising conversations about him.
My buddy just texted me about him right now as we're doing this segment. About that type of player you're asking, who could be?
Say?
Said Tyler Shuck.
Oh.
Shuck, kid out of Louisville. And he's been talked about, but he hasn't been getting the hype, obviously, as the top two and even the top three, even a Will Howard or a Dylan Gabriel.
That's what I'm saying. Someone could come in and surprise us. All right. We still have John Boyle joining us at 1. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news about Swedish adding a second Cyberknife in Seattle. Cyberknife is a non-invasive, extremely precise prostate cancer radiotherapy treatment. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is much shorter, typically 5 days with daily sessions under an hour. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Joe Milton is on the move. The Patriots are trading Milton. They're back up to the Cowboys for a 5th-round pick. That's number 171 overall for Adam Schefter. The Cowboys back up last season. Cooper Rush signed with the Ravens in free agency. So Dallas was badly in need of depth behind Dak Prescott, and they found it with Milton, whose athletic upside has kept plenty of trade buzz alive over the last several weeks.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. You ever have to be like really honest with yourself? Like you kind of start questioning an idea you have, and then you realize you don't have an explanation for it. So like, you question like, well, why do you think this? Or you rarely actually question yourself. Mm-hmm. We rarely question ourselves. And then when you do for certain things, you can give a great explanation.
Right.
For other things, you kind of find yourself stumbling. That's where I am right now with Sam Darnold.
Okay.
That's just let me lay it out for you. I was listening to some more of the interview from Daniel Jeremiah, and he's not the only person to feel a little optimistic about Sam Darnold, but listen to the way he explains it here.
I believe in Sam, and I think Seattle is a perfect place because they've seen a quarterback who was drafted and talked about the tools that he possessed, and it didn't quite work out for a while, and he just kind of needed to get in that right spot and that right fit, and then off he goes. So I was like, this is a Geno Jr. situation. I mean, it's history repeating itself.
I'm going to be very, very honest, and I'm doing it, and I know this at the expense of being wrong and being very, very wrong. My immediate reaction when I heard that this morning was, why are we all so confident that Sam is going to be Geno Jr.? Like, I'm sorry, what is it that makes us look at what happened with Geno and think that, Seattle's got this green thumb with finding quarterback magic? And I can't tell if am I being stubborn because I was, maybe defending Geno, and now here comes Sam, and I'm going, it's not that easy? Am I being, reading too into my old perceptions of Sam Darnold, which is ironically what people did with Geno, and here I am now being hypocritical. Like, I don't know why I'm doing this bump, but while I'm being vulnerable in this safe space, I want to be able to tell you that I heard that. Far be it from me to tell Daniel Jeremiah what to think about football, but I heard that, and I thought, I don't know that I agree. I really don't.
Yeah, I think it's because of similarities, because of their path, and we've seen the resurgence of Geno Smith after having several stops, and we're looking at Sam Darnold and saying, well, he was at the same places he started at the same place that Geno was at, and maybe he wasn't given a fair shot, and there might be something here in Seattle that allows players to flourish. Then you're looking at the connection as well. Nothing's guaranteed. I think we're hoping that this goes down. But I think it's the similarity in the paths of their career that allow you to think maybe there's something there, especially after the year that Sam just had.
Well, speaking of Geno, quite literally just got news of the extension. Adam Schefter. Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension that includes $66.5 million in guaranteed money with the Raiders. He's now tied to Vegas through the 2027 season. Again,
get your money, Geno.
I know, a 2-year,
$42.75 million.
2-year extension.
Let's go. I'm happy for him, man. 42. If you would have told me, and when he come in the league, 2015, 14?
2013, I think.
13. If you would have told me in 2014, 15 that Geno's going to be making $41, $42 million as a quarterback in this league, I wouldn't believe you. And good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation. And it's almost like he's getting paid, but he's repaying Pete Carroll for believing him as well by saying, let's get something done. Let me be here long term.
Would you have paid Geno that much? Like if you were just told, hey, it's going to cost you less than 43 per to keep Geno here in Seattle, would you have done it? And what if I also told you won't have to pay DK?
Yeah, my number was around 40. So now if you would have told me I don't have to pay DK, I would have bumped it up to 42. I would have been fine keeping him at that. But listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
I owe no loyalty to Geno Smith. He didn't play for my school. My team didn't draft him. You know what I mean? Like he came here and had a comeback player of the year season, was a really cool story. But otherwise, much like I'm sure John Schneider felt, I don't really owe this person anything. So the way I felt was just, hey, he's really surprised me. I will admit that I was wrong about what I thought would come from Geno's career here in Seattle. I can be open to admitting that with Sam. If someone were to say, Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great. Again, like I said, I don't owe Geno anything. Fantastic. Save the money. Go younger. Get a cheaper Sam Darnold. Will he?
I think.
What reason do we have to think he could?
I think it's because we're connecting dots, right? And that's what you have to do, whether you're drafting a player or you're acquiring him during free agency. You put him in your system, in your offense or your defense, and you say, do I think he'll be able to execute this? And the reason why the Seahawks think he's going to be able to execute is because they've seen him do it in a similar offense. What he doesn't have over here is arguably the best receiver in the game. What he doesn't have over here is a Kevin O'Connell who had a great relationship with him. It's like having a caddy. I've had a caddy before. Some of these courses you have to have a caddy, and you typically pay for your caddy during your round, like you pay for your round, you pay for your caddy, but then you tip your caddy. I've had caddies who are horrible, and I will tip them, but it ain't nothing special. Then I've had caddies who say the right things to me, who talk to me about the course the way that makes sense to my brain, and I'm able to swing freely and execute. I be tipping. Like, listen, bruh, I dropped 2 bills on a caddy one time because it was an expensive course, and I had a great experience, and it could have been horrible if I didn't have him. That's like what Kevin O'Connell was to Sam Darnold. He was the great caddy. He said the right things to him at the right times and got him to execute. Can you go to a different course, Seattle, with a different caddy and get the same type of results? You got to be surrounded by some talent or whatnot. But I think that Kubiak thinks he can because he's had familiarity with him or has familiarity with him. And we want to believe because, one, we don't have a choice. This is your guy. And 2, we've seen him have some great performances with the Vikings. Other things need to fall in line. Other things need to happen. But you're forced to believe it. And there are little indicators that connect a few dots that say, all right, we used to draw the pictures, connect the dots when you were a kid.
I was always a natural artist.
I believe you. Why wasn't? And you connect the dots. It's like we're waiting on like the last 5 to 6 dots for the whole picture to come to life.
Someone said, didn't the Hawks offer Geno, I know we're bouncing back and forth between kind of two stories here. Didn't the Hawks offer Geno $45 million a year on
40 to 45. We weren't sure exactly what the number was.
Which is technically what he got with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Maybe the Seahawks were on the low end, or maybe Geno thought, for the exact same money, I would rather be with the Raiders because Pete Carroll really believes in me, and I know that I'm going to be likely the starter in 2026. There was no guarantee you're going to be the starter here in 2026. I mean, maybe the way the contract was structured, let's say it was similar to what they did with Darnold. After year one with Darnold, the Seahawks have a way to get out of that deal relatively unscathed.
Yeah. I want to answer a question from 206. He or she says, "Bum, why were you so in on Geno?" Because I watched Geno sit in a pocket and have chaos happen all around him and make great throws. I saw him over the last 3 seasons be top 2 or 3 when it comes to game-winning drives. I saw him do a lot with an offensive line that did not much to help him. And then that final year, I saw him conduct an offense that put all the weight on him. Did he have his moments? Yeah, he turned the football over and it was all bad. But I also felt like he wasn't really supported. So I imagined Geno in a place where he was supported and saw him having a better season than he did maybe his first year.
Did you see that from Sam?
Do I see that here for Sam?
No. Do you see when you watch Sam, obviously TBD here, right? But like so not necessarily projecting, like I'm not asking you to tell me what you think Sam will do, but like when you've watched Sam, and I know you've watched quite a bit of Vikings tape because you really liked their offense, did you see a guy who had some of the same strengths, or do you kind of get why people might be like, why the Greg Rosenthal's of the world and Mina Kimes and, Shale Kapadia, plenty of analysts around football are going, what are you doing, John?
If you put Sam Darnold in last year's offense, he's not going to do well. He doesn't do well with pressure. When you blitz Sam Darnold, at least last year, he showed that he struggled a bit. He even mentioned that during his press conference. Like, I got to handle the blitz better or whatnot. So I see a guy who, when you have a run game going, when you're able to manipulate the defense, is fine. And he can do enough to keep you in a game. He can win you 1 or 2 ball games a year. He's not going to be the guy. I don't think he's going to have, in a 3-year span, the amount of game-winning drives that Geno had. No, he's a different type of quarterback and a different mentality. Like, Geno has that gunslinger, I don't give a you-know-what. I'm just about to stand here and do my thing. Whereas Sam Darnold is a bit more calculated. He's a bit more reserved when it comes to his personality and how he plays the ball game. That doesn't mean he can't have success. It just means that he needs more help. Him in this offense last year, nah, Sam Darnold's going to struggle. He's not throwing 35 and 10 or something like that. He's throwing 15 and 11, I think.
Again, I think it's important to note you cannot, not you, general you, since I saw some people saying, oh, well, obviously Sam last year. And I understand that I need to challenge myself when it comes to my own perceptions of Sam Darnold, but I do think I'm right about him having more weapons and just a better ecosystem with Minnesota last year.
Yeah.
He had Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, an offensive line that struggled with the interior like Seattle, but was still overall better than Seattle's. He had a great head coach who, importantly, like, they're familiar with what's going on there, right? It's an offensive play caller. Like, they know what's happening. And this was a head coach who really turned this defense around, but was still getting his feet underneath him, was still figuring this out with a new team. I think it's unfair to compare directly what Sam did in Minnesota with what Geno did last year, knowing all the pieces around them are still different.
Yeah, every situation is different. There's no system that is ran completely the same. We can find similarities. The same way I'm looking at Sam Darnold and imagining him in his offense is because of what I've seen in Minnesota, and I realize Kubiak is going to do some similar things. It's the same way I'm looking at Cooper Kupp and saying I think he can do something in his offense because we saw what he did with the Rams, and you feel like he can do the same things. But no situation is exactly the same. You look at the Rams and their situation. They got a great defensive line. Ours is good, but theirs is probably better. You know, they have a great receiving core. They're going to run some of the same concepts and stuff, but I would take theirs over the ones here. It's just about the caddy. And I think that's going to be my term for this year is the caddy doing enough to help this offense?
So what's the caddy got to be for Sam here? Like, if you were to say, How do you avoid Sam being in last year's Seahawks offense? What needs to change?
How do I avoid? Say it again.
So how do you avoid Sam? You said, I don't think Sam puts up Geno's numbers if he's in this offense last year. This offense has a lot of the same pieces heading into this season. They've added, 2 receivers, a swing tackle, but otherwise have not made monumental changes. So what needs to happen for this offense to make sure Sam can succeed?
What needs to happen? He needs to be protected, and that's something that this Kubiak offense is going to do. They're going to max protect their quarterbacks a lot, meaning you're going to keep running backs in instead of leaking them out to pass concepts. You're going to keep your tight ends in to help. So you got to max protect, and I think that's something that they're going to do. You have to always be deceptive, and that's something I was missing a bit from Ryan Grove's offense at times. There were times where he was deceptive, but there were times where it's just straight up. Like, listen, what you see is what you get. These guys are going to run shotgun or running down the field. Everyone knows what's happening. There's not enough pre-snap. There's no, there was something I love that most of these teams do that have the offense that Kubiak runs. You're pulling guards and tackles in your pass pro. And that is a key for the linebackers and for safeties all involved. You see guards, you see tackles pull. You got to respect the run. You're not dropping to the flat, the hook to curl over the top initially because you have to respect the run. And there were times where Grubb did that, but there were times where he got away from it because in the college game, when you have this better offensive lineman, better weapons on the outside, you can be just straight up and say, we're running down the field, everyone knows it. And I don't care if I'm not holding linebackers and ends accountable. We're just better. When the Rams play, the Niners, Minnesota, I love that. Right, you're pulling the guard to the right side, so you're sliding your protection to the left. It looks like a run to the linebackers. They take a false step, the end sticks, and bam, you play action, and we're over the top. So it's just there are things that you can do to help your quarterback to paint the picture, make it a bit more clear for him. Every quarterback can benefit from that. A guy like Sam Darnold needs that to be successful.
If you're just now joining us, we were having a conversation about Sam Darnold, how he can fit here in Seattle. Daniel Jeremiah thinking that Sam could be Geno Jr. And then, coincidentally, we got some breaking news from ESPN's Adam Schefter that Geno Smith is signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension, including $66.5 million in guaranteed money with the Raiders. That keeps him tied to Vegas through the 2027 season. That also means we're probably going to hear from Geno for the first time. I'm sure a press conference is soon to follow. Right now, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, this news breaking within the last 15 minutes. The Raiders and Geno Smith have agreed to a 2-year extension worth up to $85.5 million. What's the real headline?
Maybe he can repay the plane ticket from his rookie season now. Was it
why are you bringing up all stuff?
IK
Kapali.
Yeah. He can pay him back. Just email him. Just, hey, man, what's your Venmo?
Say to the face.
Yeah, I got you now, man.
He's having the last laugh with that one.
Yeah.
Because he's still in the league. He just got paid, got a bunch of guaranteed money, and it was a long road for Geno to get here, man. And I think that's beautiful because in the NFL, you don't get many opportunities. Once people have pigeonholed you and they feel like they have you figured out, it is tough. So good for Geno. Pay all your debts if you have any, and keep doing your thing.
Who are the quarterbacks that you think are currently paving the way for us to re-examine narratives we have about players?
Obviously, Geno. The other one here, Sam Darnold. Justin Fields has an opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield has done it. And Jared Goff. I think all
Jared
those
Goff
guys have had their valleys and have already risen, are rising, and have an opportunity to, especially Justin Fields. If he can win some ball games with the Jets, that's going to be impressive. But it's going to be tough over there, man.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Patriots are sending quarterback Joe Milton in a 7th rounder to the Cowboys for a 2025 5th rounder. What's the real headline?
This is where the dream dies, Bump. It will not surprise you. We had some people texting in when this news broke earlier this morning saying, were the Seahawks in on him? Was this someone they could have had?
Yeah, we were looking at him. I think we've been watching to see where he was going to go because he had that one great game with the Buffalo Bills, against the Buffalo Bills, completed like 70% of his passes, had a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown. And it was the way he did it. He looked like what people want modern quarterbacks to look like. Just extreme athletic ability, throwing across his body. There are some throws that he made that made me raise my eyebrows a bit. But it's one game. It's one game. And the same way we look at Sam Darnold and you try to highlight the last 2 games, man, you can't ignore the 15. So if you're going to get hyped over one game from Joe Milton, which I understand why you would, there's no way you can look at Sam and not appreciate the 15-game run that he had. He lost to who did he lose to? The Rams and the Lions twice, I think, right? I mean, those are good ball clubs. But he has to improve here for sure. But big ups to Joe Milton. I think he is a bigger threat than what people take him for.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the NBA says they will not punish Ja Morant for a finger gun gesture he made towards the Warriors bench on Tuesday night. What's the real headline?
The NBA said nah to punishing Ja.
Like it.
Thank you.
Ja, you gotta understand, man. You can't move like everybody else. I tell my kids that all the time. I'm like, don't move like everybody else. Like, you're different, okay? You want to be a dumb, you know what? Then you're not allowed in this family. Issue. I love you. You're gonna be dumb either way. I know kids. We all make mistakes, but you just gotta understand, man. The spotlight is on you. You've literally posted something with you waving a gun. So anything that resembles a gun, there's a dance that he did after he got back that they do in New Orleans, and it looks like he's pointing a gun. Everyone made a big deal of it. If you know the dance, you know that's not exactly what's happening, but if it resembles anything of that nature, you're going to be associated with that. So, Ja, you just got to learn to move different and stop pointing guns. It's big in hoop culture too, man. You watch NCAA, NBA. Every time someone makes a 3, a big play, everyone's shooting a gun. Everyone wants to be a thug.
Yeah, like you said though, you have to be aware of the context surrounding your game and your disciplinary history and like how the league might be watching you, your fame, right? The eyes that are on you. You just got to be aware of it. He doesn't seem to quite get it. He really doesn't. Let's head to the Mac and Jack's text line a couple more minutes here. I asked you, hey, who are some players, who are starting to really challenge and rewrite the idea of, us writing off a quarterback? Like, who's really changing the tone? Who are the players that might make us re-examine stories? I thought Jared Goff was a great one. Someone said, well, Jared Goff has started his entire career, which is a great point to make because Baker obviously has not. He's been benched and traded. Sam obviously has not, even though all 3 were collectively top 3 picks. However, I think that we all saw Jared collectively as like, but you're the weak link with this Rams team. Like, the book on Jared was, you're dumb.
Yeah.
Respectfully, and I don't mean that as an insult, but that was the book on Jared Goff. It was unfair. It wasn't very kind, but it was Sean McVay is the brains behind this operation, and Jared is sinking this ship. Never mind that Bill Belichick just out-schemed you with his defense in that Super Bowl.
What quarterback doesn't have a coach that is the brains? What quarterback that has success just overcomes coaching? It doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, and please don't point to Tom Brady as the example for everything we owe. Come on.
No, like even though Bill Belichick was on the defensive side of the ball, there were still some fundamentals of that organization that he created and built. Every quarterback, Super Bowl winning quarterback, is connected to a coach. Even Jalen Hurts, you got to give Kellen Moore, is that his name, right? OC for old OC now with the Saints. You got to give him love for that. He was with Dallas and was pass happy and then got to Philly and switched up the way he called a ball game. Every Super Bowl winning quarterback is connected to a great coordinator or a great head coach.
See, now we are back to the famous is it Belichick or is it Brady topic in general, and you could have this for a number of head coach quarterback combinations. Even though Brady went on to obviously win a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, it was with an elite defensive line, great pass catchers, and a really, really good head coach.
Yeah.
Please don't forget, don't disrespect Bruce Arians and his time out there. You cannot, to your point, name a quarterback who succeeded in spite of his team, in spite of his coach.
No, even when Tom Brady went to Tampa, he had a great defense over there. You know what's messed up, though, is that Tom Brady low-key ruined Byron Leftwich. Because Byron Leftwich was the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he gets no credit because everyone's giving it to Tom Brady. He's been interviewed for a head coach position, but he's still calling these plays. He's asking a 40-year-old man to throw the ball 50 times a game.
Interesting, because you could argue that Josh McDaniels has been given too much credit for working with Brady and has not found success elsewhere at all.
Maybe it's a combination. Maybe they're like, Well, we gave Josh a chance.
So we got it.
He jacked it up, so let's not give Byron a chance.
We got to backtrack a little bit. All right, we are going to be taking a look around the NFL. The Seahawks offseason dates have been announced, and then John Boyle joining us at 1. We are not done with the Mariners. No, Farm Report beginning at 1:30. We've got Ben Williamson joining us. Don't go anywhere.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation where you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Jay Leno, live Wednesday, April 9th at Muckleshoot Event Center. Come laugh it up with one of comedy's living legends. No politics, no lectures, just jokes, and they're all clean. Get your tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com. Jay Leno live Wednesday, April 9th, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Muckleshoot. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second CyberKnife. Patients can now receive CyberKnife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and First Hill campuses. As many 710 listeners know, CyberKnife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. It uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result? Excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the CyberKnife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start here in Seattle. The Seahawks offseason dates have been announced. OTAs begin May 27th and run through June 12th. Mandatory minicamp is June 17th through 19th. It's always when you start getting a first look at some players you're really excited about. You know, like, oh, this surprise corner, they took it 5. What's he going to look like?
I wish I could be at every single practice. I wish I could evaluate everybody and give you all the notes that I can give you guys. So when I am there, I'm going to be walking around with a notepad, me and Stacy. You know, we mob together, and we'll have a lot for you.
I think you should offer Mike McDonald, maybe be like $20. Let me just attend every practice, including closed practices in person.
I wish I could sit in on a meeting.
Oh,
that's where it really goes down.
No, listen, Mike, John, never let me sit in on anything. I am a gossip, and I'm going to be just toxic. Do not let me sit in on a single thing. I will tear this locker room apart. It won't be intentional. It'll just be me on accident. I can't keep a secret. Don't tell me a secret. It's too much pressure. I remember one time, and I'm good on me for not saying what the secret was, but someone told me something that was going to be revealed later, okay, at a party. And I thankfully did not spoil it, but I thought about it every day. I came into work and was afraid that I would say this secret on air. Like, it's a similar thing to like, oh, this person's going to propose, like that kind of secret, like a happy secret. But like, I'd have no reason to say that. How would that possibly come up naturally? I was just so nervous.
I blew a big secret.
What was it?
It was my sister-in-law. For her birthday, I believe.
Yeah.
Her sisters were taking her to a concert.
Okay.
And I'm on the grill. I'm the grill master in the family, you know what I'm saying?
You got distracted by the meats.
I go, oh, man, you're going to have so much fun at that concert. She's like, what? I'm like, oh. And then everyone's looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, my God, I ruined it. Felt so bad.
Curtis, Matt, have you guys ever ruined a big secret?
I don't think I have. I'm pretty good at keeping those tight lips.
Yeah, you were dating your now wife for like a whole year before I even knew.
That's
you
right.
know what? Actually, I take it back. Curtis, you were the secret.
I was.
You and Bruno were the big secret here at work because no one knew that you guys were even dating.
We dated
and then all
for
of a sudden
2
you were
years,
engaged.
didn't tell anybody.
We were
and
like,
then,
what do you mean you're
yeah,
married?
then we got engaged one weekend and it's like, hey guys, we've been dating for 2 years.
You know how I found out?
Mind. How?
We were at Snoqualmie.
Oh, yeah, back when Hawks Live was over at Snoqualmie Casino.
And he's on his phone. I go, what you doing, hitting up your boo? He's like, she's right here. I'm like, oh, snap. Okay.
Britt is an engineer. It blew our mind. I was not ready for that. And again, imagine you find out that one of your, because we're friends, we're coworkers, but like you find out your friend's dating someone you also know a year after.
Crazy.
You guys are like celebrities. Like you didn't have to keep it on the down low.
We kept it very down low.
Very eyebrow. Speaking of the Seahawks, Mike McDonald told reporters at the owners' meetings he would like to do a home and road joint practice this preseason.
I like that.
Yeah.
I love it. I think it's so beneficial for your ones and your twos because you know they're not going to play that much when the preseason starts. And it's a controlled environment. You can set up the situations, first and short, third and long, third and short, backed up, red zone. It's not like a free-flowing game where the situations kind of present themselves naturally, and you'll get in those, but you can go 10 straight plays of practicing one situation and see how guys perform, get different personnel groups in it, and against people who are going to go hard too. Like in practice, you go hard, but there's a unspoken rule. Yeah. You take care of your teammate.
Next up, Bengals star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson isn't pleased with how Cincinnati's front office has been communicating with him amid contract negotiations.
Well, first off, yesterday was April Fool's, so I was traded to all 31 teams and had like 100 different contracts. So the one thing I was hoping that was an April Fool's joke was that article, but called my agent, found out it was not, And that was a little disappointing because communication has been poor over the last couple months. That's something that I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been a little bit frustrating, but again, this is the business of it.
Are the Bengals like a call center with one person operating all of this? Like it's like we can only do one contract extension at a time. We will take 2 years for T. Higgins, and we will talk to you when we're done.
If I were him, I would talk to Higgins and Chase and see what that communication was like.
Yeah.
And if he's not being treated with some of the same respect, then I might not want to be there. Like, I led your defense. I know it wasn't a good defense, but I was a Pro Bowler. I believe it was all-pro type as well. I've been the leader, and you guys need me to have this thing go. If I'm not getting the communication that I think I deserve, I'm looking elsewhere.
It's just crazy to me that the Bengals have kind of good and bad, right? Like, They drafted Jamar, granted with a very high pick. Same with Joe Burrow. Like you've developed some really nice pieces. You haven't put it all together yet, but you were relatively recently in a Super Bowl, and yet you just can't get your blank together when it comes to negotiating these deals and losing the respect and trust of your key players. That's incredibly costly. No pun intended. Matt Miller was on with Brock and Salk a couple months ago, and he had a really good take that you and I talked about for a while. Do you remember this one? Where he was like, you're not going to find a Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson anymore. Like, there is not a middle-class quarterback. Yeah. I know we all love the idea of finding a gem in the fourth round, but it's just far and far less common that we actually see that. And this past year's playoff bracket was a perfect example of that with just, I think, 2 players, Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson, who were later picks. Matt Miller changing his tune a little bit when it comes to this year's class.
Man, Tyler Shuck from Louisville is the name that you hear the most, and it's wild because I was talking to a scout today who said that they had Tyler Shuck as their 3rd quarterback and Jackson Dart is their 4th, which goes against all of the hype and all the buzz that we're hearing, right? But each team's going to have their own ranking of these quarterbacks based on their scheme and where their team is at as well. So Tyler Shuck is certainly up there. I love Will Howard as that guy. Like, if I'm going to take a swing, if I'm a team late 2nd round, if I had to put my stamp on a quarterback outside of the top 3, I would probably take Will Howard, but I could talk myself into Kyle McCord. I could talk myself into Quinn Ewers. With time, you could like things about Jalen Milroe. So this year, it's fun because we have a middle class at quarterback.
The middle class is back, baby.
The middle class is an interesting place because those are the quarterbacks that you're banking on potential. The middle class quarterback needs as much help as possible. Yes. Like, Cam is going to make some plays at Tennessee. He's going to need help, but he's not going to need the same type of help that Kyle McCord is going to need. It's a weird place to be. I'm glad that there are some middle-class quarterbacks, because that means that the middle rounds are going to be that much more interesting. Who's going to pick up these guys? Because after Cam and Shedeur are gone, like I mentioned, there aren't too many teams that need a quarterback. So you're bringing in these guys who can be starters in this league, but they're going to be able to sit and develop and maybe grow into something special.
It's a really good point you make about, like, typically finding those guys, they need really good support systems. Jalen Hurts immediately came to mind. I know he's a 2nd rounder, still early, but obviously a great support system. I don't know how many people would have Jalen Hurts as a top 5 passer in the league, But obviously, he wins games by virtue of being on this stacked team and then bringing his own weapons, right? The tush-push works in part because of Jalen. It's not just the offensive line. Then I started thinking of past quarterbacks that were taken later. Again, I'm taking Tom Brady off the table because, yeah, he's an example of a quarterback that succeeded at times in spite of good but not elite talent around him. And then I thought back to, obviously, Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, when he was drafted, yes, he surprised so many people, but man, Legion of Boom was here. Marshawn Lynch is here. It was the best offensive line the Seahawks have ever had. I think their priciest offensive line. I mean, maybe we're telling different stories about Russell Wilson without that Seahawks roster.
Yeah, we definitely are. And the later you are drafted at the quarterback spot, the more help you are going to need. But I like just where the NFL is right now. It's like they are learning that you can win some ball games and even be contenders with quarterbacks who need a bit more support. Like, they don't need to be the ones to save the day. Now, the tough part is the GMs going out there and building those teams because it doesn't happen overnight. But I think we're seeing more of those type of quarterbacks have success than we have in the recent years.
Speaking of quarterbacks, I got another one to talk about from this class. Mel Kiper compares Shedeur Sanders to Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington would probably be my comp for Shedeur. I love Chad coming out. I had him in the top 5 on the big board. He ended up going 18. That was the year the Jets had 4 first-round draft choices. He went 18 to the Jets. Ended up playing at Miami. Had a really good career. Okay, was he a Hall of Famer? No. But could you get to a Super Bowl with Chad Pennington? Yeah, you could have if you had a supporting cast around him. That's why Brady was a late 6th-round pick, because he didn't have great talent. Okay, didn't have the greatest arm. Ran 5.24, had a 24 vertical. Not athletic, no arm strength, no mobility. Greatest of all time. That's why I don't buy into this Shedeur, minimizing what Shedeur can be in the NFL.
I love Mel Kiper Jr., but he always sounds like someone pretending to be Mel Kiper Jr. What did you make of his comp for Shedeur? And if there's another one you'd make, what would it be?
I'm not mad at that comp. Yeah. I'm not mad at it. I'm looking at his best year right now for Chad. It was in, stat-wise at least, it was in 2002. He completed 68% of his passes, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Didn't have any Pro Bowls. I felt like he had a Pro Bowl, but I guess not. And then in 08, he had a decent year as well. No, I like the comp. And really, I see Shedeur Sanders as a more athletic Jared Goff, honestly. Like, the arm isn't super strong, but it's good enough. He's not going to run by you, but he can make things happen. Now, Goff ain't going nowhere. He ain't running. So that's what put some better legs on Goff, and then I think that's more of a Shedeur Sanders. But no, I'm not mad at that comp, and I throw Goff in there for him.
Yeah. I need to throw out a clarification for, I had someone say, you just threw major shade at Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson. The offensive line that Russell Wilson played behind during the Super Bowl run was the best offensive line that Schneider has ever had and that Russ ever played behind.
Yeah.
Trust that I remember the offensive line that was much better here in Seattle. In terms of what Russ has played behind, that 2012, particularly 13, I think was the most money they spent. If I'm remembering correctly,
I think you're right.
I think they were a top 10-ish spender on the offensive line, and obviously have not touched that since. What Ryan Rowland-Smith liked and didn't from Julio in the opening homestand, that's coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus here for Silver Reef Casino Resort. I need you to go to seattlesports.com and check them out. They're taking a full homepage takeover. They got links everywhere. And I'm actually headed there this weekend, and I can't wait to check into the Deluxe King Room with the great views, and they're going to hook me up. They're putting some money in my pocket, so I'll have some reviews for you. I'm going to go to the best steakhouse north of Seattle, and then I might switch it up on my second night. They got a new cantina for some Mexican food, and then I need to watch some ball. I need to watch some golf, whatever. I need sports, and when I need that, I'm going to go to Porter's Bay Sports Bar, sit down, and do my thing, and hopefully the weather is decent, because then I'm going to get out on the golf course, Lumen Trails Golf Course. They got a great clubhouse And worst case, I'll just hit the range. There's plenty for me to do this weekend at Silver Reef Casino Resort. If you're getting a little bit of FOMO, don't worry about it. I'm going to hook you up. Visit silverreefcasino.com, book your stay today, and check out all the things that they have to offer. It's just up I-5. Go check it out.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Washington State has the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Rowland-Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We were joined earlier by Ryan Rowland-Smith, our weekly conversation with Ryan, brought to you by Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And we talked about a ton. One thing that really stood out to me, for instance, was what he's going to be watching for in April. We can't track everything, nor can we be super upset about something not going our way. But, tell me one or two stats that you'll be tracking in April where you can feel good about where this team is. We also talked about Julio. Obviously, because this team goes, this offense certainly, as Julio goes. Asked what he liked and didn't from Julio on the opening homestand. Here's what Ryan said.
Swing and miss and no ball put in play when there's runners in scoring position, when it's that moment where it's like you just need just a little bit. And for Julio, there's been a couple at-bats. There was one against Casey Myers with runners on, and he's missing a slider by 2 feet. With 2 strikes, it's like, hey, I know you got tons of power and you can change the entire inning right now, but is there any way right now that we can just kind of lock in this at bat? There's a little bit of that, but also too, there's also in regards to contact rate, in regards to getting mistakes and crushing mistakes, balls in the middle of the plate. He's doing that. And that's all you want too. By the way, it took him 23 games last year to get his first home run. And so when I saw him hit that home run against JP Series the other day, I was like, okay, this is just a good first step where it's not this situation where he's got this heavy load where he's trying to reinvent the wheel or come up with different offensive strategies every at-bat. You want him just to be athletic. So I thought that was massive, the fact he got in that home run column right away. You see some of the reaction after some of the at-bats, some of the frustration seeping in. But there's just those moments there with Julio where it's a big spot. I use that Casey Myers at-bat as a specific, where you're looking at like, hey, man, you're Julio Rodriguez. Ball has to be put in play right here. The chase rate has to be cut down in this at-bat, regardless of you feeling like you can drive a ball to right center over the fence.
Okay, so again, good stuff in terms of this home run that he hit is earlier than he's hit any home run in any season of his career. Last time it took so long. And not only is it just good to see that early, but then Julio's not thinking day 17, no home run, day 20, no home run, day 21, no home run. It's done in the rear view. Get your second.
Yeah, it's like you want to hit a milestone as quickly as possible. And I'm just looking at some of his this is hard hit rate, right? So far, right? How many games are we in? 7 games in? All right, he has 61% hard hit rate. Last year was 48%, 52% before that, and 50%. Obviously, that's throughout the course of a season. There's more opportunities for him to either improve that or for it to decrease a little bit. As a player, you want a couple of things. Like as a football player, I was like, all right, man, I need to be great on third downs. Third downs are going to come to me on third downs. Let's make sure my third down numbers are good. With Julio, man, it's there's so much pressure on him to lead this ball club. There's so much pressure on him to be the explosive, powerful player that we expect him to be. I could imagine that when he saw that thing leave, he was relieved. That's why he looked at it so dang long. He was like, man, that thing is gone.
Sigh of relief.
Let's get it. And it's real. I know that sometimes people view athletes as robots, and an athlete will get on the mic and say, I'm not thinking about home runs. And yeah, right. You are thinking about it. There are goals that you want to hit every single year. He wants to be a 30-30 guy. And if he can jumpstart that quicker than he did last year, it clearly will give him or take some pressure off his shoulders.
What'd you guys make of Julio's season so far? 866-979-3776. Join this conversation on the Mac and Jack's text line. Obviously, I started the show by saying, look, I was so limited in how much I could pay attention to the team because I literally didn't have internet. And so I was just kind of going off of what are my friends saying. And I had a friend, he's a childhood friend of mine who's a diehard Mariners fan, and he'll occasionally text me throughout the season. And he said about this team so far, he really liked some of what he'd seen from Arozarena. Obviously the starters are the starters, and there's room to grow, room to improve. You don't like every single thing, but you have faith that they will. And then with Julio, he was like, the thing that's frustrating, and I'm sure this is the case for many fans, is few players have that power.
Right.
No one else on your roster can do what he can do, and we know that he can do it because he's done it before. It's not only potential, but he just can't do it consistently, and it's maddening.
Yeah, it is. It's and then at some point you start to believe in what you're seeing. And when is that point? I don't know. I'm not there yet. I know there are a lot of people who are there. We obviously, our listeners text in all the time.
You mean who are writing off like I'm done thinking?
Like I'm done thinking.
Like the ceiling has changed.
Yeah,
for
the
them.
potential to be a superstar isn't there for Julio. Some people are saying that, and I'm not there yet. Because you see the pop, the power, and all that stuff. Defensively, he made a good play in center field yesterday as well, sliding to grab a ball. So no, it is a patient game that you have to play. And a lot of people are running out of patience, and I'm not mad at them for that. It's just he reminds you every now and then. A few games ago, that bomb went over 400 feet. He reminds you, like, look, this is what this body possesses. But as everyone knows, in anything, you just got to be consistent.
I think that's why it's so hard for me. Again, when we started the show talking about the Mariners, I had someone, and the text isn't in front of me, so I'm sorry I can't shout you out. But someone texted in saying he's not a superstar, period. And they were talking, obviously, about Julio and saying, like, they started the show 10 a.m. by saying, I am out.
I saw that one.
Like, I am done. And I just kept thinking, I've seen too much to be out. I have seen too much from him to think that he can't find a way, because the potential is so tempting, and it becomes more tempting when you've seen so much of it. I never saw what the Mariners thought Kelenic could be here in Seattle.
You did? There was like a 10-game run where he was killing it.
But with Julio, there have been, like a month of production. Maybe a second half that's solid, and then he heats up for weeks at a time, cools off. A couple weeks he heats up. Like, I know that that's frustrating, but that is infinitely more than we ever saw from Jared Kelenic. And I hope that Kelenic can tap into that. But, like, the difference between the two that were supposed to be cornerstones of the franchise is that you've seen it from one and you did not really, truly, truly see it from the other.
Yeah.
The problem with seeing it from one is, can you do that before June?
Well, they're in Cali. And maybe there's something about that California sun.
No, the marine layer's there.
It is. That's Northern Cali,
the
man.
Marine
I call
layer is still
it's
there.
like Southern Oregon, man. Northern Cali's a different place. But there's still, I can't say it. There's a lot of baseball left to be played.
Yeah.
He can prove it.
So, anyways, 866-979-3776. Heading to the text line now. Someone said, I think Julio so far is what we've come to expect. He was ranked 26. That seems about right. Paid like a top 10, but is 26th ranked. Paid like a top 10 in baseball? Those top 10 contracts are looking crazy right now. I don't know. Obviously, you have an off day today for the Mariners, as Bump mentioned, heading to Cali, taking on the Giants. Today, you are going to have extra innings hosted by Curtis Rogers at 7 p.m. Jumping back to the Seahawks next, John Boyle.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
The idea that there is no middle class of quarterbacks anymore. Is there one this year?
Every day at 7:45.
No second rounders. It's not a thing anymore because of the advantage of that rookie contract and having him for 5 years. Many have reached into that first round and take those guys. I do think it's going to be a little different this year. I would not mind seeing them take a middle round quarterback to push Sam Howell.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
It's an off day for the Mariners today, which means you have Extra Innings, hosted by Curtis Rogers, coming your way at 7 p.m. today. The latest on every Mariners story to get you ready for tomorrow's series opener against the Giants.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Seahawks.com reporter John Boyle joining us now in the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, John, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good. Stacy, how you doing?
Fantastic. Bump was just helping me remember a Pearl Jam song.
She said she couldn't name a Pearl Jam song. I go, that's fine, but you can recognize a Pearl Jam
then
song.
I did. It was the that one.
That one.
I think that would be even flow.
That's exactly what I said.
I'm trying my best to interpret what that was. That would be my guess.
Thank you. John, we obviously got news earlier. I'm going to start with a non-Seahawk, Geno Smith, getting that 2-year extension with the Raiders. I was wondering if I could re-clarify with you. We had a listener say, wait, wasn't that what the Seahawks offered Geno? I know we don't have exact numbers, but was your understanding about the situation when Geno requested that trade that the Seahawks were looking at around 40 to 45? What do you remember about the conversations?
I don't. I mean, I'm just going off what I've seen reported. Yeah. Like, I'm not diving into this. And shockingly, John Schneider's not inviting me into these negotiations.
You weren't part of them?
What I will say is this, like, a player's not obligated to take a deal one place that he wouldn't take somewhere else. You know, like, it's possible that you're in one place in negotiations and then it doesn't work out and you get traded. And after a few weeks of negotiating with another team, you kind of realize, okay, maybe this is what it is. So, yeah, I don't think it's really, you can't just say, oh, well, the Seahawks could have paid him this because, again, I'm not going to pretend at all I know what the offer was, but you know, sometimes a player is willing to take a deal one place that he didn't want to take somewhere else, whether because he wants to be somewhere else or because, again, you got 3 weeks past that and you're negotiating with the second team to kind of get a better feel of what that market is.
Hey, Boyle, we were doing an exercise like an hour ago maybe. We're trying to figure out why should we believe in Sam Darnold, right? Why do we think that he'd be able to come over here and have a good year or be a mini Geno? I think that was the question on the text line or in one of our segments. Mm-hmm. And I was saying, like anything in football, you make a trade or something, you got to try to connect the dots. You got to imagine a player over here in this system with that coach, and I called Kubiak the caddy. Like, he has to be just a great caddy and help this guy out. Why do you think Sam Darnold can come over here and do some of the things that Geno was able to do?
Yeah, I mean, go look at what he did last year. He had a really good season. I know the last, regular season game, the playoff game weren't great for him, and he was pretty open talking about that. A lot of that, if you go watch those games, had a lot more to do with, pressure on him than decisions he was making. But, they need to, Mike McDonald talked about this at the league meetings, like they need to make it work around him. And I think that's a big reason why you have Kubiak in here. You brought in, a lot of new offensive coaches to run this West Coast, wide zone run scheme, all the Shanahan stuff that is very similar to what Kevin O'Connell was doing with him in Minnesota last year that worked out so well. So, look, there's very few, if any, quarterbacks who are going to play their best if the guys around them aren't doing their jobs and the scheme's not helping them. And the Seahawks know they got to make it work for him. But if they can create a good environment for him, look at what he did last year. He was a big reason that team won 14 games.
As we inch towards the end of the month, when obviously we're looking at the NFL draft, a fun conversation that every team has around the league every single year. Obviously, what will your team do? 18 is a really fascinating pick. I feel similarly to obviously at 16 last year where you go, man, I can see like 6 possibilities here and they all kind of make sense. As you look at both what this team needs and the talent that might be available, I'm not asking for a name, John, but is there a number of positions where you think this makes sense to me? Like, this may not be atop the list of needs, but I wouldn't mind this kind of pick.
I mean, we're all going to obviously look at the offensive line first because that was a position that, didn't live up to what they wanted to be last year, had injuries and inconsistency and all that. But, I think the goal of every team is to have a roster where you don't feel like you have to make that decision based on need because you get mistakes there. And I think a big part of having those 2 second-round picks and 2 third-round picks is, especially the way this draft is characterized, and you hear anybody talk about it, it's maybe not super great up top, but it's, really good depth into that, second, third, fourth round area. So you can go into this maybe feeling like at 18, even if best available doesn't fit an obvious need, you might be able to address that need in the second round or the third round with a player who's also a really strong player, starting caliber guy. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of position groups that could make sense, but I don't look at one place and be like, oh, well, they would never draft there because they don't need that because, we always talk about you don't draft for need because you might over reach and draft a guy too high. But the other thing you can do is you pass up on a really good player who's better just because we don't need that position, and then you miss out on a great player. I mean, look, Devin Witherspoon didn't look like the biggest need at number 5 a couple of years ago, and he's just been phenomenal and is just on an amazing track and 2-time Pro Bowler and all that. So, I think, you want to be, which is where they think they are, is like they don't have to do one thing. They can take the best guy, or with all those picks and different flexibility, maybe you're trading, moving up, moving down, who knows?
Boyle, who do you expect to take the biggest jump on this offensive line?
I'd say, we got to wait and see, get through the draft and, if they add any free agencies, or John Schneider alluded to trade. So it's hard to know who's going to make the biggest jump before we know who's starting. But of the guys there now, I think I look at any of the three rookies in the interior line, and that's Christian Haynes, Laumea, and then even Jalen Sundell, who fans don't know as much about because he's an undrafted guy who didn't play a ton last year. But all three of those guys, Mike McDonald made the point, like, it's not wise to ever, underestimate the leap a guy can make from year one to year two. And so even taking out of the scheme change and the coaching change, which they do think is really going to help these guys, it's a much more offensive line-friendly scheme. John Benton and Rick Dennison, between them, have like 50 years of NFL coaching experience. So they're counting on that to make guys better, but also just that natural progression guys make. They get the full off season. They're in the offense the whole time. So there's just, I think we don't know which of those guys are going to be starting. There's going to be competition really at all three interior spots, but whoever does end up playing, I think they're going to be expecting those guys to be making a pretty darn big leap.
John, what did we learn from John Schneider and Mike McDonald at the league meetings?
Lots of stuff, but one, going to that point we just made, I know fans don't want to hear this, and they wanted them to sign every offensive lineman available, but like they really are banking on some real improvement internally. And again, a lot of that goes to the coaches and the schemes they added, and also just young guys sometimes take time to get better. Like, I don't think it's at all unreasonable to think two or three of these young guys who have playing, you're going to lump Alan Bradford in there because he's a year older, or a year more experienced, I should say. I don't think it's unreasonable to be like, hey, some of these guys should, take a big jump and maybe pop for you. And, they're not done there. I think, John Schneider might make a trade, and, they might wait and sign a veteran. There might be some guys who get cut for cap reasons down the road. So, and obviously they can draft there as well. So that, that was a big thing, both coaches talked about. Like I think just internally, they're a lot more optimistic about some of these guys that maybe have unfairly been given up on after one season. So that was a big one. Just generally hearing from Mike McDonald talk about how different everything is year one to year two. Like, everything was so new, and they're building a coaching staff and building a playbook and all that. And like, he can just, he's more involved in the draft process. He's more, and just kind of in sync with, and that's big for player evaluation. Like, they have a better idea what kind of players this coaching staff is looking for, and that can help them find the right fit. So yeah, I think, those are two of the big things, little, not a huge breaking thing, but kind of interesting. Mike McDonald did say they want to do joint practices again, and maybe even do home and road. So that could be an interesting one too, because they really liked what they got out of that trip to Tennessee last year.
Boyle, big moves were made at the LB spot. Obviously last year, Tyrese Knight getting some time and bringing over Ernest Jones. But after that, you got Drake Thomas and Patrick O'Connell. Do you expect them to address that position in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, it would make a lot of sense to. You want to address it somehow and just be deeper there. Even if, obviously they love Ernest Jones, and I think they have a lot of high hopes for Tyrese Knight. So I think, those could very well be your starters. But A, you want to always be competing and pushing for those jobs, and B, you need good depth. So, that's a position Mike McDonald values really highly. I think, one reason they were probably so, willing to make big moves and tinker there is because that's so important to Mike McDonald's defense. He wanted to make sure they had it right. So, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily, again, I wouldn't rule anything out early in the draft, but I don't think it's a position you need to attack early. But, I think it's something you definitely want to add to during the course of the draft.
This division, I'm asking because we've been talking a ton, obviously, about the Mariners heading into the season. And one of the common themes is, wow, the AL can be so close. It's kind of a hodgepodge. And wow, the AL West could really go any direction. And it's horrible to make cross-sport comparisons, but I kind of feel the same way about the NFC West and the NFC, where you go, God, like, your gut tells you it'll be the Eagles in the NFC and, maybe the Rams win the NFC West. But you also know that there's plenty of wiggle room there in both conference and division. What can Seattle do to kind of, I guess, take full advantage of how close it feels like everything will be?
Yeah, the first thing is everyone's gonna point to is you make these big changes on offense. Like, how's it all gonna come together? Is Sam Darnold gonna recapture it last year? Is Kubiak's scheme gonna work with what they're doing? And those are the easy things to point to. And I think you need to get better and more consistent on offense. But to me, what's maybe getting talked about less because they haven't been making moves on that side of the ball nearly as much as I think they're really counting on the defense that improved a lot last year of kind of hitting the ground running. You bring almost everyone back. You add DeMarcus Lawrence and then you don't have Draymond Jones is kind of the one big change so far, but you're just looking to build off that continuity. You're going to have Ernest Jones for a full season. And I think that, not that offense is important and they're not expecting to play well on offense, but I also think there's a kind of team that's going to feel like it can win with defense when it needs to.
What do you think the potential is for this defense? I've gone from, maybe a top 10 to I think possibly a top 5, especially with Geno coming back and being healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they were, by a lot of different metrics, they were a top 10 fringe top 5 defense for the second half of last season. And again, it's not the easiest scheme to pick up. We've seen this with Mike McDonald everywhere he's been. Of defenses tend to get better after a little bit of time to get used to what he's asking of them. So you get all these guys back. You got a lot of high value draft picks that you can add to that group one way or another. So yeah, I mean, I don't think Mike McDonald would get mad if people said, hey, this should be a top 5 defense in the NFL. I think he would agree with that. So yeah, I think they should be right up there with the elite defenses.
What's your confidence level that they can turn the run game around? And, John, I ask with this important context, heading out of 2017, I was like, oh, my God, this run game is so awful. They're not going to be able to do this. And then they were led the league because they just completely threw themselves right into fixing it. Chris Carson has 1,000 yards. They add Damian Lewis and really turn things around. Do you see enough pieces here for them to take a big step?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, scheme will have a lot to do with that. I mean, this is a really proven scheme around the league that, when teams commit to the run with this scheme, it tends to produce. And they've got, a couple of really good running backs who they're excited about. And, again, we got to wait and see where they end up with the offensive line, how it looks. But I think the commitment will be there a lot more than it was last year. And that was a big, they ran the ball well in spurts last year. They've got the talent to do it. It was more just, they'd go long stretches without really getting to it as much as they should have. And so I think with a new coaching staff on the offensive side of the ball, that's probably going to be a lot more committed to that run game and the talent they have and whatever improvements might still come. I think this should be a really good running team.
Hey, Boy, do you think Kobe Bryant has done enough to at least enter training camp as that guy at the safety spot, even if they do happen to pick up a safety? We keep hearing about Nick Amawari from South Carolina being connected to the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy. He was a guy before he was starting that Mike McDonald really talked a lot about. I mean, one thing you might have noticed for sure, Mike McDonald, he didn't just throw around praise as easily as some other coaches might if you asked about a player. But Kobe was a guy he did really kind of go out of his way to hype up. And so, we know he's done a lot to win Mike McDonald over. He played really well in the second half of the season after taking over that job. So, yeah, I mean, even if you draft a safety pretty highly, I would think coming into camp, it's, Kobe and Julian Love are your guys, and then a rookie's got to sort of prove he belongs there. And the other thing to always look at is they did some 3 safety stuff last year, and Mike McDonald was asked about that at the league meetings. He says a lot of your 3 safety stuff depends on how good your 3 safeties are. So if you do draft a guy that you love, you probably play just more figure out a way to get 3 safeties on the field more often.
He is John Boyle. Check out his work at Seahawks.com. Thanks, Boyle.
Thanks, Boyle.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right, coming up in 15 minutes. Always fun when you can start to learn a bit more about a name before they become like a massive contributor on your big league team. Like to think there was a time when Cal Raleigh was just a catching prospect and when Julio was just a very, very exciting outfielder in the minors. We're going to have third baseman Ben Williamson for the Tacoma Rainiers on with us in 15. Excited to learn more from Ben. Right now, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump, why do you feel the tush push is coming to an end?
Because they're getting the law involved.
Yeah.
Once you get the law involved.
They call the cops on the tush push?
They call the lawyers.
No.
Lawyers are getting involved, and they're putting up a case in. I don't agree with it. I think that the tush push should be part of the game. It doesn't bother me at all. But once you start bringing lawyers involved, getting lawyers involved, and then you start using the words like preventative catastrophic injuries, trying to prevent that stuff, that's when you really get the NFL's attention. That's when the safety issue comes up. And the NFL is always trying to make the game safer. It's never going to be safe. It's just the way the game is played. But once you start talking like that type of verbiage, people start to listen. And then they relate that to the kickoff rules. There's a reason why we used to have it back in my day, Stacy. You used to be able to put two big old linemen way back there on the kick return team. They would hold hands and you would hire somebody just to blow them up. And the concussions that I would see, the injuries that I would see were crazy. So then they say, okay, well, you can't lock hands anymore. So then the big guys are out the situation. And then they say, all right, well, now you got to move a bit closer. So the NFL has done things throughout its history to try to make the game safer. And they are really leaning on this play being unsafe. Even though when you line up in regular formations, injuries happen at a higher clip. But the presentation is what matters the most, and they're presenting it in a way that I feel like the NFL might be forced to do something about it. So unfortunately, I'm listening to these arguments, I'm reading these articles. I don't agree with them, but I understand their approach and their angle, and it's the perfect way to present this to the NFL to make it to where you don't even need the owners or GMs to vote on this thing. You're just going to say, we're going to protect our players. The law is involved. So I think it's coming to an end soon.
Random injury-related question. Has there ever been a time as a player where you were convinced that you had a serious injury and you ended up being fine, but in the moment you thought, oh, my God?
Oh, yeah. When I was in college, I sprained my knee, and it was fine at the time, and I woke up, and I thought I tore my ACL. I couldn't move it. I'm crying. I called my mom. My season's over. I was shook, and then, 3 days later,
Did you play the
fine.
following, that
It was during
following
spring
day?
ball, so 3 days later, I'm good to go.
On the practice field. Second down. Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Christian Haynes. And the reason why I say Haynes, he only played in 167 snaps last year, but this scheme fits who he is as a football player. He's not the biggest guy. Guards typically don't have to be that big unless you play for the Philadelphia Eagles. But he's a guy who uses his feet. He's for a lineman, he's shifty, I guess. He's good at moving laterally and getting to that second level. And you're going to need a guy like him to step up. The Hawks have made it clear they're not going to spend a lot of money on offensive linemen during the offseason, and they're not going to – we're assuming they're not going to draft an offensive lineman early. So what do you need? You need development, and that's something that Schneider and McDonald have really pointed to, that they want teachers when it comes to this offensive staff and defensive staff. Boyle has talked about how complicated the defense is at times. It's hard to pick up. You got to develop. We saw that defense get better. And I think that because we didn't see the offense get better, Mike McDonald made sure he went and got some guys who were teachers so you can see the advancement week after week after week and really start connecting the plays together. A guy like Christian Haynes, they said he was physically wasn't mature yet. Another year of offseason, going home, eating, lifting, doing all that good stuff. He can take a step forward, and he's going to have to, man, because he's going to compete for that guard position along with some other guys. But I think that this offense really fits who he is as a player better.
Third down. How much of a threat is Joe Milton in Dallas? Pat's trading him this morning.
I think he's a bigger threat than what people are giving him credit for. I don't think he's not going to come out day one, be the starter, none of that. Dak Prescott is going to be the guy, and he should be the guy. You're paying him, what's his cap this year, $70 million? Right? You're giving him so much money, he's going to be the guy. But there's a pattern that happens in Dallas. All right? You go from Troy Aikman to his backup, Tony Romo to his backup, Dak Prescott, and we'll see what happens there. And it's all because of injury, honestly. Was it? No, it wasn't Aikman or Romo, was it? No, there was a guy in between. But this is the pattern here in Texas, and he hasn't played a full season. He didn't play a full season last year, 8 games. Before that, he played full. Then he missed a few games. He's shown over the last 5-6 seasons that he'll get banged up, and it's just the nature of the game and the way that he plays. But he just doesn't have that twinkle in his eye that makes me believe that he's going to get this team over the top. And it's not just him, man. It's Jerry Jones and the way that he runs that whole organization. But Joe Milton, if Dak Prescott were to go down and Joe Milton put some games together, you think Jerry Jones ain't going to roll with the young stud?
Absolutely.
I think he would. So, Dak, just stay healthy. You get hurt, man, that young bull is on you.
I'm going to do a trivia for Curtis. Chime in if you know the answer to, Bump, but I feel like this is up Curtis's alley. Between Aikman and Romo, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons with 4 different leading passers. Can you name them? So this would have been
I like this
2001, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the only clue that I'll give you is the leading passer in 2001 and 2003 are the same person. Another clue that I'll give you is one of these players is very, very, very well known.
Drew Bledsoe's one of them, right?
Yes. Okay, that was the other
Quincy
clue.
Carter.
Yes.
Vinny Testaverde.
Yes. And Bump got Bledsoe. You've got one more.
Chad Hutchinson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Freak.
Wow.
Fourth down. Get me out
I'm
of here.
that dude who barely contributed to the project.
Hey, we got an A. We got an A
we
together,
did this.
Bump is just Bledsoe. Go Cougs. Fourth down. What Mariner can help the Seahawks this year?
So the first time we did this, I said Bliss at the DB spot. He reminds me of like a Devin Witherspoon. And then we got some good answers on the text line. The dumper at fullback.
Ooh.
I really like that one.
Okay.
The dumper at fullback.
He's got to wear a neck roll.
And then Rowdy at a guard spot. Rowdy's a big boy.
No.
If we want to go tight end, I think Julio will be more of a tight end than a wide receiver.
Yes.
He's I don't think he could be an X, but I feel like he'd work better closer to the football. Even though he is a center fielder, but it's just different once you get out in the space. The body moves different when the ball's up in the air. And then Randy, I put him at safety.
Oh, a Rosarina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Randy at safety.
Randy and Rowdy in my mind. I was like, at safety.
And
No, I forgot Rowdy's at guard.
You put Demo at like a hybrid linebacker.
Yeah.
And then you put JP. JP seems like a punter.
That's disrespectful.
It's not just, he seems like just a quirky type of athlete. He's like a punter.
No, he's a slot receiver.
Slot. And then Polanco, he would have to be a DB. He's a special teamer. He's just running down. He's running down, making tackles. He's a special teamer.
He's got 43.
Am I missing anybody? Victor Robles.
35.
Victor would be, that's a slot. Victor's a slot.
Yeah, that's a better answer than mine. What if you could pluck like a player or two from around baseball and make him a football player? Like Aaron Judge.
What?
Gotta be
He's
a
an
tight
end.
end.
He's an end.
Yeah.
Anywhere on the edge.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're not going to find many edge rushers in baseball. What about Mookie?
Mookie, he's that kid on varsity that never comes off the field. He plays offense, defense, special teams. He can kick if you want him to. Mookie does everything.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Curtis. It's the first edition of Extra Innings tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports, hosted by Curtis Rogers. Thank you. The Farm Report coming your way next.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Music that moves your soul. Live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, a chopper right back to Bizzardo. Gets by him, it's picked up by Williamson. Throws to first in time. That's a great play by Ben Williamson, flashing the leather to get Koss. And that's the second out of the inning. Well, we've heard about his defense, and he showed it off right there.
We have heard about his defense. Rainiers third baseman Ben Williamson joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Ben, how's it going?
Good. How about you?
I'm fantastic. We're happy to have you as part of our farm report and just kind of making sure that Mariners fans can get to know you a little bit more. So we'll mix in some non-baseball questions here. I am going to start with a baseball question, though. Is your glove for you kind of the part of your game you're most proud of? Like, what do you really hang your hat on?
Just kind of staying present and in the moment right now with all the distractions going on outside the game. Just trying to be fully into the game, like enjoying it with my teammates. And yeah, for a long time though, my glove has been the biggest part of my game.
Ben, I played a little baseball growing up. I've never hit a home run in a live game. Right? What was the first bomb you hit? When was the first bomb? Let's walk me through that whole thing.
Like in pro ball or just
first
baseball?
ever? It could be at the park with your boys. The first time you saw that ball go over the fence.
It was in Little League when I think I was 11. And I remember I hit that ball, and I hadn't hit a home run before, so I sprinted out of the box thinking it was going to be a double, like maybe to catch it at the wall, just make sure that I can get into scoring. Then when it went over the wall, I had this feeling of joy and almost not relief, but just like a surge of joy and happiness that I'd done something for my team.
Have you ever since had a moment where you hit a home run that you didn't realize was a home run at first? Because I got to tell you, as a fan, my favorite videos are players who hit home runs and don't quite realize it's a home run yet because they, maybe they don't know their power, or maybe they just, they're just focused on they think it's something else. Have you ever had that moment since?
Yeah, definitely. Last year in Corpus Christi, I hit one that looked like the guy robbed it at the wall. And then I was running around the bases, and it turns out that he dropped it at the wall and couldn't find it, and I got an inside the park homer from it. But I just kept running, didn't really ask questions, and then ended up getting a reward from it, so that felt pretty good.
You have any brothers or sisters?
I have an older sister.
Older sister. Is she an athlete as well?
She is not. She works in Dallas for Oracle.
Okay. Who put the bat in your hand? Was it mom, dad? Is it something you felt like you always wanted to do?
I'm pretty sure his dad. He used to have this big, thick, fat wiffle ball bat growing up, and he would flip me the wiffle ball in the front yard. And thankfully, we knew the neighbors well enough to where me hitting balls off the house wasn't too much of an issue.
Were there other sports you played, or because you're kind of the age where kids started to specialize, kind of when you were growing up? So sometimes we'll talk to guys who are prospects or even just younger NFL players, and maybe they only ever played that sport. But did you play a couple different ones?
Yeah, I played soccer growing up, and then for 2 years when I was 11 to 13, I played inline hockey. So we didn't have an ice rink near my house, so it was just like roller hockey, but it was a league, and I remember playing that with my friends, and that was a blast.
Did you offer to be the enforcer?
No, I wasn't that big growing up. So.
What position did you play in soccer? I grew up playing soccer. My kids play soccer. We love it.
I played right mid and right back.
All right.
Do you still follow any teams? I was waiting for Bump to ask if there were still teams you follow, because I was like, I know that you're wondering now if there are teams that he's tracking. So what are your teams? And you will not hurt feelings. You will not hurt feelings. What are your teams that you still keep track of across any league?
The Washington Capitals. So OB being so close to the record, definitely. Yep. Manchester United. And then those are pretty much the two sports, main sports that I follow.
My son is a Manchester United fan, so you might have just gained a follower there too.
So is the correct answer.
Yeah, I'm Chelsea guy, and he hates that. But when I was 14, I went to England and I saw Chelsea against West Ham, and ever since then I go, all right, I guess I'm a Chelsea guy now. So I follow Chelsea. One thing I admire, a lot of things I admire about just the grind in baseball, man, especially in the minors, is that you guys are on the road a lot, man. What's your favorite thing to do on the road?
Honestly, to read. Whenever I'm traveling on the bus, reading helps because it puts me to sleep, and then I'll fall asleep for a while. And then also, right before I go to bed, reading gets me to wind down from the game because I feel like I get super amped up during the games, and that just helps me kind of take my mind off of things and just kind of deregulate myself.
I've never heard that as an answer before. What are you reading right now?
Right now, I'm reading The Way of Baseball by Sean Green.
Nice.
Okay.
What have you taken from that read so far?
A lot of it just talks about his daily routine and how he found it as like a meditative practice, and then how he kind of took that to having presence in the game.
All right, let's tie it back to the Rainiers, and then in relation the Mariners a bit. The Mariners, particularly under DePoto and now with Hollander, have gotten so much praise for the farm systems that they brought together, and obviously you're among those many groups where there's so much praise, so much high expectation. What's the day-to-day vibe? Does it feel like a really competitive atmosphere? Do they kind of let you guys grow at your own pace? I mean, I'm always so curious about behind the scenes what the, for lack of a better word, vibe is like, because they've been so incredibly competitive.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's competitive. Like, we obviously compete with each other and push each other to be better, but at the end of the day, we've grown really close. Like, a bunch of the prospects, like, in spring training, I was rooming with Johnny Farmello, Colt Emerson, Brock Rodden, and Jared Sundstrom, and, like, we got really, really close to each other, and it's just kind of like that vibe where we're just all friends, all want the best for each other, and I don't really feel like there's that competitive edge to it. It's like we want to see each other get better.
That's awesome. You mentioned it being on the road often. Is there a favorite ballpark you've been to so far?
Honestly, Tacoma has the nicest playing surface I think I've ever played on.
Well,
so that's definitely my favorite one. But on the road, let's see. Trying to think. Last year in the Texas League, there's a couple cool ones. I think I like it because of how well the ball flew.
It's always nice in Texas. They got the greatest facilities, man.
Just everywhere.
Yeah,
Just
always in Texas.
Cowboys go into anywhere, and they're like, everything literally is bigger in Texas.
Like high school football stadiums or baseball is ridiculous in Texas.
I can't imagine. I know Bump has talked about playing, because he played college football at like Auburn or whatever, and just certain parts of the country you go to, you're like, it's just different here. Like, what's one of the, so again, Bump talked about playing, it was a Washington State on the road against Auburn, right?
Yeah.
What's just like an environment that you've played in, or I know that you're a fan of a couple teams that you've attended as a fan where you thought, oh my God, this environment is absolutely insane.
I went to Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals in 2019, the Caps, and that was absolutely electric.
I bet.
This is absolutely amazing. All right. Well, Ben, we appreciate your time. I know we were kind of rapid fire with questions, but that's kind of the plan. Just Mariners fans tuning in, kind of getting to know you a little bit more. And I feel like we did learn a lot. And I hope you continue to enjoy reading Andy McKay, who I know that you know, always has great recommendations. See if he's got one for you. He is Rainiers third baseman, Ben Williamson. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
That's going to mess me up all season. It's just constantly trying not to do that. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay?
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Business taxes. Was stressing about all the time and all the money you spent on your taxes.
This is my bill?
Now Business Taxes is a TurboTax small business expert who does your taxes for you and offers year-round advice at no additional cost, so you can keep more money in your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on turbotax.com/business. Only available with TurboTax Live full service.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions in now to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. It doesn't have to be sports. My first one from a listener is not sports, and it's one of my favorite ones, which is a food one. For some reason, food ones get people go crazy. It's very simple. It's a cereal choice, but you only get 3 choices. You have to choose one.
All right.
Frosted Flakes, Cap'n Crunch, or Fruit Loops.
Frosted Flakes for the W. Yeah,
Okay, that's not the answer. Okay.
Frosted Flakes, and then put some banana slices in that thing
The
too.
correct answer is... Now, I do love Cap'n Crunch, but I love Peanut Butter Crunch, so I'm going to go Fruit Loops number 1 on this one.
Did you
I'll
know
throw Frosted Flakes second,
Did you know
maybe.
Fruit Loops, it's all the same flavor. There's different colors.
Yeah, and it messes with your brain.
That's messed up.
Because I guarantee you, if I did not know that, and I was like, oh, this one's purple flavor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously. I don't know what that is, but...
Grape.
Yeah. Grape, red, orange.
Cherry, orange.
Fruit Loops are good.
Lemon. Yeah.
No, the best cereal, though, is not one of these 3. It's, I guess, Peanut Butter Crunch is number 1. Matt, you look disappointed.
No, I shockingly actually agree with your food take.
Thank you.
Peanut Butter Crunch rocks.
Thank you so much.
Brenna one time bought a candle that was labeled as Fruit Loops flavored, and it actually was like Fruit Loops scented. It was crazy. Walking into the house, it's like, I don't know, do we live at the Kellogg's factory?
I was going to say, what do you even say? Are you cooking Fruit Loops? What are you baking back there? 866, someone said L takes all around. Is the correct answer Cap'n Crunch? I need to know what this person would do.
If Cap'n Crunch didn't shred the roof of your mouth while eating
that's
it,
the thing.
it'd be a goated cereal.
Cap'n Crunch is great. It's violent. It's a violent cereal. 866
It's like eating a club sandwich for breakfast.
No, toasted, super, super toasty crust. I don't want to die this morning. If Seattle had the number 1 pick in this year's draft, what would they do?
That is an interesting question. You got to go. You go with Abdul Carter. Well, do we have Sam or not? Do we have Sam or not?
I think if they had number 1, John Schneider would take Cam Ward, even if they had Sam here. But
Yeah,
maybe
you're
I'm
right.
wrong. I think I'm just saying a take because it sounds cool.
I'm thinking it right now. I'm
But I
thinking as a
think
team is
that-
constructed right now, you take Abdul Carter.
Yes, which means you could probably trade away your first overall pick to, even if the Giants, let's say everything else is the same, or everyone bumps down, right? The Titans are clearly going to want to trade up to 1.
Mm-hmm.
So if you know you want Carter, he makes your team better this year. He is, as Salk would say, impact. He is more impactful this year. But you're not, look, John Schneider is itching to draft a quarterback. I don't know that to be fundamentally true, but it feels like it is. I think my first reaction was Cam Ward.
Yeah. And the correct answer for cereal, the best cereal of all time, is Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's
I'll
the
never
best.
forget that story of that girl that found shrimp in it, though.
Found shrimp in it?
Remember? Do you guys
It was
remember this?
Topanga.
No.
It was Danielle Fishel.
No.
Her husband was the one that like blew it up and made it a big thing. Yeah.
Okay, so what happened is that Topanga's husband found in the Cap'n Crunch cereal a shrimp tail and then contacted Cap'n Crunch. I don't have to say Cap'n, I forgot. Not
Cap'n.
Contacted Cinnamon Toast Crunch, CTC, and said, "Hey, there's a shrimp tail," and they were like, "No, that's a cluster of cinnamon." And he was like, I'm pretty sure it's a shrimp tail. In fact, here's another one. And then found like some string. Clearly there had been like a little rat that was like making in this factory, collecting little trinkets. And it had gotten into the box. And Cinnamon Toast Crunch was initially like, you're seeing things.
Check my Cinnamon Toast Crunch when I get home.
I only think of that now. It's still delicious, but I now do this thing where I want to like empty the whole box of cereal into something else so I can just make sure. I'm moving on. Bump, I hear about all the places you've golfed. That's unfortunate. Have you ever golfed at Auburn Golf Course?
I've not been there yet. Hook me up. Is it worth it? Let me know.
I don't know.
I'll make
You
it
can stop by our house after.
Stop by.
Yeah.
Have some.
You got to bring everything though, but you can stop by.
Someone said Golden Grams for the win. Do they still make Golden Grams?
Those are pretty good too.
I don't even know if they make them because it's just like little mini bear things, right?
Yeah.
Honey Grams.
There's a Papa Murphy's just down the street from Auburn Golf Course, Bump. If you
want to make a tour of it,
if you're craving some take and bake pizza,
although
that's quite a haul from Monroe to Auburn just for Papa Murphy's.
You know what I do for golf, Curtis? I travel near and far, so I'll stop at the Papa Murphy's, bring over pizza.
866-979-3776. You are the Seahawks GM. Congratulations, says the 206. How many O linemen would you draft this year?
2 minimum.
Okay, so starting at 2. Between 2 and 3, 4?
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
5 offensive linemen. all offensive linemen. Let's see. 866-979-3776. Bump, would you rather go against Tiger in his prime or Deion Sanders in his prime?
Tiger all day. I know I'm going to lose, but I just want to be around him and see that swing, have experience.
Yeah, and you got to talk to Tiger.
With Deion, I'm going to make a play. It's, he's the greatest, but I'm going to make a play.
50 passes thrown at you with Deion Sanders.
Am I my prime
You're
too?
You're in your prime. Deion Sanders is in his prime.
45 of them things. Let's
You're
go.
You're not making 45 catches. Stop.
Let's go.
You need to be honest with yourself.
This
is toxic. This is a toxic thought process.
I was the greatest slot receiver of all time.
How many catches are you really making in your prime?
One-on-ones, receivers are supposed to win those.
Okay.
So I give myself at least half. At least half. Stacy, I played in the NFL. I know I wasn't there long.
I know.
But I was there.
I just don't know what the right number is.
It's one-on-ones. Ask any DB.
Okay.
One-on-ones are built for us.
You know what the thing is? If I ask any wide receiver in the NFL the same question, like out of 50, it's going to be 50. 50. What's the next question?
You have to believe.
I know. 866-979-3776. People are just telling you which courses to go to now. Someone's just saying, Bump, hit me up. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, y'all are tripping Apple Jacks.
Apple Jacks is cool. It was cool. That was like a bit too mature for me. Apple Jacks seems like a mature cereal. That and Raisin Bran.
Raisin Bran was way too mature.
Yeah.
There's not a single child has Raisin Bran as their favorite cereal.
If I brought that home, my kids would be like, what is this?
Yeah, that's you. If Raisin Bran growing up, I'm not talking about now as adults, growing up, if that was your favorite cereal, I can promise you are an accountant.
I was going to say that. You're an accountant,
you're
engineer.
An accountant. You are, I don't know what you're a librarian. I have no idea what you're doing now, but that's just, I don't know a single one. Matt, was that your favorite cereal growing up? I had to make sure I wasn't insulting anyone. I know it wasn't Curtis's.
Matt, you probably did like Raisin Bran.
No, Matt.
Tell me you did.
As a kid,
Stop.
I didn't.
But
well,
now
as
you
an
do.
adult, that's different.
Yes.
What was your favorite as a kid, Matt?
I mean, as a kid, it was probably like Lucky Charms.
Oh, so like a normal cereal.
Yeah.
Only the thing is the Lucky to Charm ratio. Like they need
Never
more
good
mallows.
enough.
It's never good enough. It's never good enough. I'm leaving. This is how the first show back just ends. And I'm done. Out of here. This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check it out at the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Ross. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Be here at T-Mobile Park next week for divisional showdowns against the Astros and Rangers. The Mariners are squaring off against Houston Monday, April 7th to Wednesday, April 9th, and Texas Friday, April 11th to Sunday, April 13th. Go to mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out all the marquee matchups on deck at the ballpark.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday. Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the numbers are in, and the Raiders and Geno Smith have come to an agreement on a 2-year, $75 million contract extension. This, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The contract has incentives that could push the total to $85.5 million. It also includes $66.5 million in guaranteed money. So Smith is now contractually tied to Las Vegas through the 2027 season. Meanwhile, another deal struck. Arizona Cardinals are making Pro Bowler Trey McBride the highest paid tight end in NFL history with a 4-year, $76 million extension, according to his agents. And Adam Schefter, the deal includes $43 million guaranteed and a $19 million average per year, the highest ever for any NFL tight end.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where we will have the John Schneider Show, as we do each and every Thursday at 4 p.m. He'll join us at 4. John Morosi will be joining us at the bottom of the hour at 2 p.m., and then we'll debut the Cal Raleigh Show at 5 p.m. So a lot of great stuff coming your way. Just sit back, take it all in. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Weigh in on whatever you'd like. The Geno deal, we finally got the numbers. We can talk more about that. The Mariners have the day off. At least it's a day off after a win, which I'm thankful for, that we don't have to sit here and stew for their day off and talk about them being swept by the Tigers. It was bad enough that they lost 2 out of 3, and we'll go through our Call It Now predictions later on in the show.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't imagine we did well. No. We were a bit too optimistic after going into this series.
Especially yours truly here.
Yeah.
I was a little giddy, maybe, off of that, coming off the back end of that A's series, splitting with them. But, this is a team that's kind of had their number over the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, I'm sure John Morosi will be grinning ear to ear, as he normally is anyway, but he'll be especially happy that his Tigers showed well in Seattle. And he's not the type to rub it in, though, so we've got that.
No, he's very nice.
We've got that going for us, which is nice. But, there have been moments, some bright spots, some certainly pitching has stood out. But, Victor Robles is a guy that we talked a lot about in the offseason, and that in a positive way, just not knowing, hey, what is he going to be that good all year long? Is he going to be? And he's not off to that kind of start, but he's been productive. He's had some key moments up at the plate, including his 2-run double in the second.
Here's the pitch, swinging a fly ball deep into the gap in left center field. Kreidler going back to the one-inning track to the wall, leaps up and he drops the ball. He had it, lost it. Moore will score. JP rounding third, waved in. He will score. The throw-in is cut off, and at second, Victor Robles with a double. Deep left center field, just beyond the reach of Ryan Kreidler. It hit off his glove. The ball landed on the warning track, and with 2 outs,